Good evening, Mr. Conlon and everyone else that's on.
Good evening, Council President. It's good to see you this evening.
We are set to go here.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Marge.
I only see two members so far, man. Yourself and the Council Vice Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the Trenton City Council conference session of November 30th, 2021 shortly. Please take the time to mute your devices if you're not already muted. Please remain muted throughout the meeting until such time as you're recognized by the Council Chairman. There will be a public portion later on after the docket review. At that point in time, please state your name and address for the record, at which point in time you will be recognized by the Council Chair and will be able to speak. We will begin shortly. Please be advised this meeting is being recorded. Thank you very much.
Do we have a quorum?
Not yet, ma'am.
Did everybody receive the link?
Yes, ma'am. Went out at 3:56 p.m.
I didn't see it, Mr. Conlon, on mine.
Yeah, no, I show it in my outbox now. I'm going to resend it now.
Yes, please.
But it did go out. Just resent it again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Blakely is here.
Thank you, Councilman. Waiting for one more.
Councilman Michelle's here.
Thank you, Councilman Michelle. I can start the meeting now. Mr. Conlon.
Just give me 1 second. Councilman Michelle, can you just speak up so I can see which line is yours?
Councilman
Can you hear me
Michelle.
now?
Yeah, okay, I got you. There you go, sir. Thank you. Okay, Council President, I'm ready to proceed whenever you are.
Okay.
Do you want me? Let me put it up on the screen for you.
I have it.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank
you. This meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Roll call, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Harrison. Mr. Michelle.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Vaughn. Council President McBride.
Present.
City Clerk Matthew Collins present. Mr. Edward Kaloji.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Council President, would you like me to call the directors? And we do have a quorum, by the way.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Cruz.
Good evening, everyone. Present.
Thank you. Mr. Cherry.
Good evening, I'm present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Liston.
Present.
Thank you, sir. We have some, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take the time to mute yourselves in the background. Okay, I got it. Mr. Bridges.
Good evening, Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Douglas.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Daniels.
Good evening. Present.
Good evening. Thank you, sir. Dr. Lopez.
Good evening, I'm present.
Good evening, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Anatiri.
Good evening. Present.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Richardson. Mr. Lavenberg.
Good evening. Present.
Thank you, sir. Adam, I think he was, I don't think there's an acting director, Department of Finance, you're standing in that capacity?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. I'll note it for the record. So noted. Council President, the directors are present as noted. Would you like me to proceed to the docket?
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, and if council, if the IT department could prepare an executive session notice. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going to executive session in just a minute. We have an executive session resolution on the agenda. The council will be in executive session for an undetermined period of time. We will be returning at a certain period of time. There will be a notice up. Upon our return, we will resume the business of the council. Please hang in there if IT could put the notice up. That being said, let me just bring the executive session resolution up.
Councilwoman Vaughn has arrived at the meeting, Mr. Conlon.
Thank you, ma'am. So noted at 5:37 p.m. Mr. Harrison, have you arrived, sir? Okay, just bear with me for 1 second. Council President, this is Resolution 21-547. This is executive session resolution authorizing the City Council of the City of Trenton to hold an executive session which excludes the public. Be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, this body will convene an executive session in the City Council conference room, City Hall, that will be limited to consideration of an item or items with respect to which the public may be excluded pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act under NJSA 10:4-12B7, pending or anticipated litigation or contract negotiation herein, which the public body is or may become a party, or matters falling within the attorney-client privilege to the extent that confidentiality is required. In order for the attorney to exercise his ethical duties as a lawyer, the general nature of the subject or subjects to be discussed, Gussie R.V. Municipal Council versus City of Trenton, et al. Docket number MERL 00857-20. Annette Verducci versus City of Trenton, docket number MERL 2436-18. Charles McKinsey versus City of Trenton, docket number MERL 2538-15. Date as precisely as possible. The following is the time when the circumstances under which the discussion conducted at said meeting can be disclosed to the public. November 30th, 2022, when the need for confidentiality no longer exists. Whichever is later, the public is excluded from the said meeting until further notice is dispensed with, all in accordance with Sections 8 and 4A of the Open Public Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to approve Resolution 21-547?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Vaughn. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr.
Second.
I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely?
Present.
This is for the executive session.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison, have you arrived, sir? Mr. Harrison is absent. Mr. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Resolution carries with a count of 6-0 with one member absent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned to executive session at 5:40 p.m. We will return very shortly, or well, not very shortly, but we will return within a certain period of time. A notice will be posted by the IT notifying the public of the executive session. Thank you very much. In the event that for some reason the meeting does disconnect, it shouldn't, but in the event it does, please join us again shortly. Thank you very much. Mr. Harrison, have you returned, sir? Council President, would you like me to start with the roll and see if we have a quorum?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Blakely?
Yes.
Mr. Harrison is here.
I got you. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson?
I'm here.
Present.
I'm
Thank
here.
Ms.
Ms.
Caldwell-Wilson?
Council, I'm here.
Present. Yes, we have.
Thank you. Mr. Harrison?
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Michelle?
Present.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rodriguez?
Present.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Vaughn?
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Council President McBride?
Present.
City Clerk is present. Mr. Kaloji?
Mr. Conlon, I just wanted to let you know that I'm here. I didn't hear you confirm that I
Yes,
was.
I did have you here, Mr. Blakely. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Kaloji, you are here. Council President, would you like me to call the directors?
Yes, please.
Mr. Cruz.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Cherry.
I'm present.
Mr. Lister.
Present.
Mr. Bridges.
Present.
Mr. Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Douglas.
Present.
Daniel.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Lopez.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Onatieri. Ms. Richardson.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Lavenberg.
Present.
Mr. Cruz is acting finance director. Council President, we have the directors present, as noted. Would you like to proceed down the docket, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Next on the docket, we have a presentation by Mr. James O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, are you present, sir? Mr. O'Brien, are you present, sir?
Council President, this is Director Lavenberg, if I may speak.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, Jim was on the line just prior to you guys coming out of executive session. He did send me a text message saying his internet just dropped him out. I can stay in contact with him if you want to move on to the next agenda, or unless he said he was trying to dial in as well.
I'm going to call him directly, Council President.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mr. O'Brien, is that you, sir?
Yes, it is. I dialed in on my cell phone, so I apologize. The internet at the house just went out on.
You're fine, sir. Council President, would you like to proceed with Mr. O'Brien with the presentation?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a presentation by James O'Brien of Grassi Advisors and Accountants at the request of the Trenton City Council regarding the Trenton Waterworks Forensic Audit. Mr. O'Brien, the floor, with the permission of the Council President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to present in front of City Council tonight, and I will apologize for having internet issues. Hopefully the cell phone connection will work well for the presentation. And my plan for tonight is to go through it performed to date, discuss some of the red flag concerns we've identified.
I don't think this is going to work.
No, I don't either.
I'm happy to wait to see if my internet comes back on, or if we can, move me to the agenda to Thursday night. I'm, would, certainly welcome that opportunity as well.
Well, I believe that we should wait until Thursday if this is the best that we can do, because that is just not, audible, and going in and out like that doesn't.
It's actually someone at extension 5454 that's actually interfering with it, and they keep unmuting themselves. So it's actually not Mr. O'Brien's line; it's interference from another line. But if they unmute themselves again, then I will I'll disable the microphone. Do you want to try to proceed, or would you like to move it to Thursday?
I would like to hear from the council.
I think Thursday is fine. I think Thursday is fine.
Well, now that the Thursday is going to be packed with, now that the interference is cleared, then perhaps he should proceed.
I agree.
With proceeding.
Okay, I'm happy to proceed.
All right.
So I'll just repeat, thank you for the opportunity to present at the City Council meeting tonight. My plan is to go through a discussion that provides a status update on the work performed to date, discuss some of the red flag concerns that we've identified, as well as the work that's left to be performed. And I just want to make it clear that I'm not finished the forensic audit at this time, and I have recommended expanded scope with additional funding to complete the investigation. I will say that I've had discussions with Mr. Lavenberg, and I believe he's found the insight and the information identified during the investigation useful, and he's expressed interest in receiving insight from the completed investigation. I've also had, discussions with Mr. Zielinski, and as he recognizes the significant amount of work that was necessary to perform the requested investigative services. And when I get through, I'm happy to stay on and answer any of the questions that council may have regarding the work performed to date. And just to get into a brief summary of the investigation and the corresponding financial information at the water operations, the forensic audit period was from the fiscal year 2010 through the second quarter of 2020, and it was a substantial and comprehensive investigation of the financial activity that has occurred. During that time frame, the water authorities generated approximately $600 million of revenue. They have spent in excess of $500 million in expenses. Over $300 million has been paid towards operating expenses. There's been $24 million that's been paid towards capital improvements, approximately $85 million in debt service, another $20 million that went to statutory expenditures, approximately $40 million for qualified bond principal and interest, and then another $34 million of surplus. In addition to that, over the audit period, there's been bond financing of approximately $190 million. And with conversations with City Council, there were concerns surrounding a $50 million bond, which occurred after that second quarter of 2020. And we've looked into and, included that as part of the investigation. And in addition to that, the transactional activity that has occurred we've identified in excess of 15,000 payments. And in our collection of the documents, which I'll get into a little bit more detail, we've identified a significant number of missing transactions, or we were unable to, find the information in the stored records. And I'll add that, when we began this investigation, this level of detail, was not known to us for performing these services. We've participated in numerous on-site meetings, both at Trenton Waterworks with Mr. Lavenberg and his team, as well as City Hall with Mr. Zielinski and the accounting team. We've issued 2 status reports. One was in February 2021, and the second one was in July of 2021. And we've also participated in numerous status update calls with members of City Council. In addition, we've worked with Mr. Lavenberg and his team to improve on the monthly reporting that gets provided to City Council. And as I go through the presentation, I'll get into a little bit more detail for that later. To just go over the documents that have been collected, we've collected the financial statements, budgets, the operating accounts, capital accounts, the bond financing activity, the payroll activity, and then the detailed transactional activity down to the copies of checks, the invoices and purchase orders, and et cetera. And then, we've also put the formal request in to expand the scope. That was done back in July 2021. To get into the specifics of the forensic analysis and the procedures that have been performed, we begin with a verification of the documentation that would substantiate the appropriateness of the transactional activity, which is through an analysis of the documentation, inquiries with management and interviews, meetings, and et cetera. And as I go through the details of the presentation, I'll get into, more information on that. Doing this process, we do identify concerns, and in addition to the concerns that we're identifying with the detailed work, our conversations with members of council also, add to those areas that we're going to make sure get documented and substantiated. The work product that we've delivered so far is the February status update, which was primarily focused on the bond financing activity and issues that, we discussed in that February status update, dealt with the Pennington Reservoir, the water filtration plant. In that February update, there was a cancellation of bonds to the tune of $37 million, and we had a status update on that. And then the $50 million new bond that was related to $30 million for the decentralized storage tank system and another $20 million for the replacement of water meters. The July status update was focused on historical financial analysis. We did more detail on the bond activity. We also discussed the operating budgets and the capital improvements. With the recommended, the next deliverable that we worked with is the recommended improvements to the monthly operating reports that the water department is providing. And the reporting that we're recommending is going to be a template to provide more insight to City Council that's going to provide a more meaningful status on the operating results from the water department. It's my opinion that that template is something that other operating units at the City of Trenton can follow to provide, more meaningful insight. And obviously, I have not seen other operating units that provide information to council for their operations, but I do believe the intent of that status report will assist City Council in understanding what's happening at the water department on a ongoing monthly basis. To get into the details of the current activity and the unfinished analysis, as I mentioned earlier, we have over 15,000 transactions, and the verification of the appropriateness of that transactional activity is a significant piece of the work that remains to be completed. As I mentioned earlier, we did identify a number of transactions that are missing, and we haven't been able to identify the support. So that is a red flag concern as where we are in the process. To get into some more detail and some of the preliminary findings we have so far, I'll spend a little bit of time going in on the bond financing activity and some of the red flag concerns that we identified. So of the $190 million of bond financing activity, we've identified over 20 million and 250 transactions that we were unable to find the supporting records for. In addition to that, I mentioned earlier the $37 million that was canceled. There's another $6 million that was also canceled, and part of the work is documenting and understanding why and confirming whether all of the cancellations were appropriate. We also have funds that remain that have not been they've been either encumbered or haven't been spent on the bonds. Some of it dates back to the 2010 timeframe, and it may be tied to the missing information that we're unable to get, but answering the questions that we have as to why these projects are incomplete or they're still ongoing, and documenting and substantiating that. To get into a little bit more detail with the bond financing, that 190 million, only 24 million was towards capital improvements. And now I recognize that we've identified 43 million that's been canceled. So you're now less than 150 million. And I know there's additional funds that have been encumbered and haven't been spent, but over the 10-year audit period, having only 24 million on capital improvements, understanding why, and that's going to help lead into the appropriateness of the $50 million bond that's out there that deals with the 20 million for the meters and the 30 million for the decentralized storage tank systems. And then if there's any other capital improvements that will be necessary that are going to be coming up because there haven't been capital improvements or the limits of the capital improvements that have occurred in the prior 10-year period. In addition to that, some of the changes, and I know we've discussed this on the status updates, but the concerns in with the accounting and the budgeting, and I'll get into a little bit of the detail with some of the red flags surrounding the budgeting process. I have chemicals as an example, and in 2012, the chemicals budget included 9 very detailed categories of the spending that occurred or that was budgeted, I'm sorry, which was about $1.2 million in 2012. The budgeting process went to one category of chemicals, so there's no detail or insight, and by 2020, the budget has increased to $2 million. So it's a 67% increase from 2012 to 2020, and all we have is chemicals. So we don't have the details of what's driving the increase, which chemicals are increasing, and that lack of detail, I think, is, where City Council has questions and where getting the appropriate insight into the budgeting process has its limitations. In addition to the chemicals, the maintenance was another category where there were 12 categories in 2012 that were very detailed, and then it went to just one category after 2012. In 2012, it was approximately $350,000, which by 2020, the maintenance has increased to $935, or a $267 increase in that category. And the only insight in the budgeting process is maintenance. So we don't have that level of detail that was provided back in 2012. And these are just 2 examples. In the July report, I have the detail of all of that activity, and you can see it specifically there. Another area that is a red flag concern is just the naming convention with the vendors at the Trenton with paying its vendors. And to give an example, the vendor name could be ABC Company or ABC CO, ABC CO period, or there could be spaces. And the concerns around the ability to put a vendor name in there that may not be appropriate, or the proper controls around vendors and the naming description. So those are some of the red flag concerns that we've identified. And as I discussed earlier, the significant amount of effort related to the detailed transactional activity is where we're going through and substantiating and determining whether the support is appropriate to justify the transactional activity. I did want to spend a little bit of time going through what the reporting process would look like and just give a flavor to City Council as to, what would be contained in the report and, I think how the detailed analysis and the discussion gets reported. And then in that final report, the conclusions and the recommendations for improving activity going forward. And I think essentially the goal of the investigation is to document the activity, to answer the questions as to whether the activity is substantiated with the appropriate support and the ability to identify or provide the concerns surrounding the appropriateness of the transactional activity. We would document whether inappropriate activity is occurring and what I'll say is the natural byproduct of the investigation is providing solutions to improve the operations and how to document and substantiate that activity in an appropriate fashion. And to get into a little bit more detail, the examples in that would be the document retention and the safe storage of the historical activity. So the fact that there is so much missing information is an issue and limitation on what we're able to identify and substantiate with the appropriateness. So I talked earlier about the budgeting process, and I started with 2012 and went up to 2020. The reason I didn't go back to the beginning of the audit period is the older information on the budgeting process is not maintained, and the naming convention for the information is limited to a 10-year period. So when the 2020 budget was created, it then overwrites the 2010 budget. When the 2011 budget, when the 2021 budget was created, the 2011 budget is overwritten. So when I asked for that documentation, 2012 was the oldest information I could get. I didn't have in the 2010, the 2011 information was not maintained. So providing insight to appropriately store and maintain that information. I am also confident that as we go through the process, we will be identifying other areas of improvements and issues that will be identified through the detailed transactional analysis. One of the areas that we collected but have not performed the analysis yet on is determining the appropriateness of the payroll that has occurred over the audit period. So it's another area of concern to substantiate the appropriateness of it. And, I think I want to just reiterate that the significant volume of the transactional activity and the effort to obtain, analyze, and substantiate the appropriateness of it was significantly greater than initially anticipated. And then I would say, with approval to move forward and finish the investigation, I would commit to a final completed comprehensive report that we would be issuing by mid-February. And then I would welcome, the opportunity to present, the findings at an open session at an appropriate time. That's what I had prepared. I recognize everybody's time is valuable. I wanted to be comprehensive, but also, move through this in a time-efficient manner. So I'm happy to pause and take questions or, answer, any concerns from council at this time.
Do any
Council
council members have?
Yes.
Yes, go right ahead.
No, I just wanted to make a statement that you have shared with us a wealth of knowledge that I don't think many of us had, pre your presentation. Some of those numbers are definitely, eyebrow raising. And of course, develop an appetite for more information, which you said that you were going to provide. And I just want to reiterate what the expectation is, at least from my point of view, and my other council members can agree or disagree or add to it. But I'm interested in your findings of all the processes and controls, and ultimately that are in breach or have gaps in them or whatever, where there's room for improvement. And I just want to say that you should absolutely put together, in the end, a comprehensive report that provides recommendations of where we can improve the internal control systems at Trenton Waterworks. So you're talking about internal control systems around segregation of duties, approvals, billing, water meter reading, where there is currently human intervention. And folks, for example, I'm hearing, don't know whether it's true or not, that certain customers are getting a free ride, and actually there has been billing interference among senior staff at the water utility to waive or delete those bills and payments for certain customers. And I would like you to take a note of that and see what type of controls we can put in place to prevent management or any employee from interfering into the system and deleting accounts or adjusting specific customers' billing, water bills, rotating the staff of water readers, so that, again, folks don't favor certain customers and remove their billing or discount their billing in any way. So I appreciate this, and that's all I have to say. I just want you to continue the work that you're doing and continue the findings and ensuring that these controls are looked at and you have viable recommendations to remediate the controls and put in effective and efficient policies and procedures for Trenton Waterworks to move forward on. And Council President, that's all I have. Thank you.
Is there any other council members that would like to speak to Mr. O'Brien?
That's correct.
What would that entail? I mean,
So-
what do you mean by the appropriateness of payroll?
So confirming, and payroll is an area where, I'd say fraud, and I'm back online. So hopefully this is working now that the internet is back. So certainly apologize for technical difficulties earlier, but payroll is an area that organizations commonly have exposure to fraud, and there can be situations where hours get padded and the payroll approver is processing that, and they can be, sharing in a kickback of, I work part-time 10 hours a week, but I get processed for 80 hours. So I've had situations like that. I've had payroll managers on a salary as well as an hourly, and if nobody is confirming or checking that. So what I want to do is verify that the payroll that's being paid is appropriate and substantiate that there is no inappropriate or opportunity for inappropriate. And I think just like Councilwoman Vaughn was saying, controls, verify that the controls in place surrounding payroll are, appropriate and not exposing those Trenton or Trenton Waterworks to inappropriate payroll transactional activity.
Well, I think it's very important that that be done, and I would certainly push this council to extend your contract so that we can get this complete report. Thank you.
Any other council members like to speak to Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yeah, Mr. O'Brien, since first time we talked, my concerns were those emergency contracts, same contractors over and over being awarded emergency contracts, and the process of payment. They have taken sometimes 2 years for the payment to be processed and stuff, which I understand it has to be done within 30 days. Can you expand on that?
Sure, and that, I think I tried touching on that with the vendor analysis and the concerns around that with the naming convention, but concerns around vendors, and that's a piece that is very, very important and will be substantiated through this process. But understanding if certain vendors are always receiving these types of contracts and identifying the appropriateness of the transactional activity surrounding that. So I think absolutely that's part of the investigation and the substantiation of the, payment activity surrounding all of the vendors, not just the emergency contracts. But I understand and appreciate the emergency nature and, have the aspect of that to be, substantiated through the process.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to Mr. O'Brien?
Mr. O'Brien, Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. O'Brien, my question to you, if you could outline any actual wrongdoing found so far.
So no actual wrongdoing identified to date, and the piece of the investigation that would identify that would be in the substantiation through the transactional activity. So there's concerns, the missing documentation raises red flags, and the support and the analysis to justify the transactional activity. But I have not identified inappropriate or wrong, doing of transactional activity at this time.
So there's nobody going to be referred to the prosecutor's office then, correct?
Well, sitting here today, right now, that's correct. When we finish the analysis, I don't know what that situation would be.
Right, because when you received the forensic audit, the contract with the city, it was for $250,000, and we were told that would be enough to do the forensic audit. How much more are you asking for this forensic audit till February, you said? February of 2022, correct?
That's correct. That's when I will issue the report. And I've asked for...
How much was that again, Mr. O'Brien?
I didn't say the amount yet. I thought you had something else to say. I thought I was cutting.
I'm sorry. No, I was asking the amount.
Okay, so I've asked for an additional $250,000, and I've committed to issue the final report by mid-February of 2022. And I think the one piece that I would say is that in the initial contract, we did have language to expand the audit based on the auditor's recommendation. So I think your characterization that the $250,000 was going to be appropriate is not totally accurate, because when we're starting this type of investigation, it's really impossible to understand all of the transactional activity and the effort associated with it. And, I think a big piece of this also goes to the wide cast that was, requested, covering over 10 years of activity and, just hundreds of millions of dollars of transactions, as well as, the financing activity that is also just, it's substantial. So the request was certainly extremely broad and large. And, I think we've worked as efficiently as possible to, provide the results and perform the investigation in, as timely fashion as possible.
President McBride?
Is Mr. Harrison finished with his questioning?
Well, no, my other question would be, Mr. O'Brien, I remember you had said that there would be another $250,000 for working with the budget.
No, I'd never said that. I know we had discussions about helping with the budget and certainly helping educate council members on the importance of the budgeting process, but we never put dollars to that. That was just a discussion we had.
I'm done, Council President.
President McBride, so for Jim, I have a question. How much have we spent so far? You're asking for an additional $250,000. How much has been paid so far?
So far, we've billed about, I would say, in the neighborhood of $225,000. I don't have the exact number, but there's a little bit that has not been billed for the initial $250,000.
Okay, so just to be clear, there's a saying to never ask a barber if you need a haircut, right? So the idea is, if you are saying that you're recommending a additional $250,000, well, I'm sure you would, right? Like, not saying that you're doing anything unethical, but I'm sure in the same way that you don't ask a barber if they need a haircut, you don't ask an auditor if you need more auditing done, because the implication is going to be, sure, for an extra $250,000, I'll be happy to do so. And so, I think just in general, I'm a little concerned about the cost associated with this. I mean, you have not found any wrongdoing thus far, and I'd have to think very, very long and hard if we want to continue this wild goose chase on this very, very broad analysis, right? Like, we have audits done yearly. Is that correct, that audits are already done yearly for the funds in the waterworks?
That's correct. And I think you raise a very, very useful distinction, which is, and I'd be happy to spend some time educating on the difference between the financial statement audit and a forensic investigation. And one of the reasons why the cost is more challenging on the forensic investigation side.
Well, first, let me ask a question. Before you
Sure.
answer that, I want to make sure that I ask a question so that you can capture, anything that you may add for this particular question. The question I have is, what is generally the impetus for a forensic audit, right? Is it something that you generally do just because you want one? Is there generally something that starts a forensic audit, and has that been met in this particular case?
So the need for a forensic audit is generally driven by concerns around the historical financial activity. So the cast for going back to 2010 to the second quarter of 2020 for the request for this, it's my understanding that there were concerns around different administrations and the different control or operators at the water authority at the time. So to answer your question more broadly, there's a number of factors that drive the need for a forensic investigation. The most direct need is, oh, wow, we found inappropriate transactional activity. So my controller is writing checks to themselves, and now we need to figure out how deep is that problem. And
have we, just to be clear, have you identified that sort of malfeasance or improper activity in your initial foray into the numbers and the budgets at the waterworks?
So what I'll describe in the term that we use in forensic investigation is the red flags. So these concerns over the support and operations. So if I was sitting here after the work that I performed to date and the missing documentation, I was able to identify every transaction and the support associated with those transactions. But right now, as we sit here today, it's millions of dollars and hundreds, maybe even upwards of 1,000. I didn't count every transaction, but it's hundreds of transactions. Just on the bond financing, I'm missing over 250 transactional support for over, it was almost $21 million of transactions that were paid, and I do not have supporting records to substantiate whether that activity was appropriate or not. So,
and let me say this, that's all I needed to hear, right? If you're telling me that there are, potentially millions of dollars of, improper spendings or expenditures that don't have the proper support, then, I'm really concerned about that. Let me ask another question regarding the statute of limitations. What can we do? Because it's, you're saying that we're looking at from 2010. Can you relate how the statute of limitations would impact that, right? So if we found, are we looking at activity beyond the statute of limitations? And if we are, why are we? Because quite frankly, it's kind of like we would find the crime too late. So maybe you can explain that to me.
Sure, and that is a legal question, but I think with the work I do, I can give the accountant's view on that. And the statute of limitation runs on when it should have been known or was knowable. And so there is a chance that on the older transactional activity, if there is malfeasance, that it could run into issues from a statute of limitations. From a legal standpoint, there is, legal statutes that says, that you can make the argument that because of the detailed and complicated nature of the transactions, that it wasn't identified until the forensic audit occurred, and that's going to extend the statute of limitations. But that is going to be a legal argument, and to expand on that a little bit further, as a forensic auditor, I am not the trier of fact. I don't conclude whether fraud has occurred. I can have my opinion as to whether or not I can document and substantiate and prove, but the term forensic is suitable for court, and I prepare the package that substantiates the documentation of the inappropriate activity. And when I'm in situations where it is, I can have a proof of intent to defraud and provide the documentation that substantiates that activity that I believe will convince the trier of fact, the judge or the jury, most of the time when I'm in that situation, and I think I can almost say every time, is the defendant who is being accused pleads guilty. And I think the easiest way to describe that is the university scandal that caught, the bribing of officials to get my kids into the colleges that we went, and the plea deal is so much better than taking it to trial and losing. So that's why so many of these parties plead guilty, because the risk when you can prove the wrongdoing, you're going to end up in a incarcerated situation for far longer if you go to trial than if you plead guilty to it. So I think that's why putting together the forensic documentation in a fashion that relies on the transactional activity and can prove the intent. And, one of the areas that I didn't get into, but is fraud, waste, and abuse. So fraud crosses that criminal line and, goes to the prosecutor to incarcerate an individual who's doing wrongdoing. But finding waste and abuse, and that would be going to this particular vendor. I believe it was Councilman Harrison who was talking about, or Rodriguez, I think, on the emergency repairs. If we're constantly going to this emergency vendor, are we paying 2 or 3 times what we should be paying? And that's not fraud, but it's waste or abuse. And so those characterizations of the transactional activity where it may not cross that criminal line of intent, and maybe some of that will based on the documentation, but identifying fraud, waste, and abuse is also going to be helping with where Councilwoman Vaughn was at, with improving the controls and making sure the policies and procedures are going to protect the city of Trenton, that the operations are accomplishing what they're set out to, that the opportunity for this inappropriate, whether it is complete fraud, if it's waste or abuse, whether that's occurring, we can then turn that off because we put the controls in so that that activity is not going to happen going forward. And that's even with the recommended improvements for the monthly reporting that water will be providing the council, that council is going to be able to hold water more accountable for their actions because they're going to get a better understanding of what is transpiring with the operation. So, that's the intent of what's going on. I think Councilman Blakely also, to not overshadow the difference of the financial statement audit that occurs on an annual basis and the details of a forensic investigation. And I do think it's important to spend the time on that, because I think that the general public doesn't really understand the difference, and that difference is substantial in what's going on in a forensic investigation as opposed to the responsibilities of an auditor to a financial statement audit on a yearly basis. And, just to go into some of the details on that, the financial statement audit is performed under the attest standards, and the attest standards from an accounting perspective is the accountant is issuing an opinion on the reliability of the financial statements, and that opinion is based on the validity and reliability of the financial information that the auditor is examining. And this is what is really important, is the auditor is performing that analysis to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material error. The auditors accomplish this with statistical sampling, and the auditors are doing this on a yearly basis. So it's easy for the auditor to say, okay, I need to confirm cash, so I'm going to get the the bank statement and the 12/31 balance or the June 30 balance, we had this dollars in cash. You can confirm that with this. For the accounts receivable, they're going through and confirming that. It's both quantitative, the numbers aspects, as well as qualitative factors. And in that financial statement audit, there is an evaluation of the internal controls, but it's only looking for weaknesses. It's only looking for stuff that gets identified as part of the audit. On the forensic investigation, it's an examination of the financial records to find whether it's appropriate or inappropriate, and if there's unauthorized or illegal activity that is occurring in the financial records. So we aren't doing a statistical sample. We're looking at the transactional activity. I need to confirm that this check for X dollars has an invoice, the purchase order, the contract, all of the supporting records to substantiate why did we spend this money and does it make sense? And the level of detail that goes into that from a forensic standpoint, as opposed to a traditional yearly financial statement where the focus is, as an auditor, can I issue an opinion that states these financial statements are free from material error, which is, again, going to be based on materiality. They're going to not, if there's transactions under X dollars that aren't going to materially influence the reliability of my opinion as the auditor on the financial statements, it's not going to come in to change that audit opinion. So that distinction, and hopefully here that is coming across on the level of effort, which is significantly different than what an auditor is doing to conclude on what the financial statements and the reliability of those financial statements. So, I'm glad you asked that. I'm glad I, had the opportunity to get into that level of detail.
I questions, and then I'll turn it over to other council presidents. The question that I have is, if your initial estimation was that this, let me ask this question. I don't want to. Were you aware of the level of depth that this council was inquiring about when you set upon this audit?
So I had details of 2010 to the second quarter of 2020, but that level of detail was not there. I think it is important to say that I didn't set the $250,000 initial budget. That was what was set at the beginning of the contract. And, I think one of the reasons I pointed out in the contract, there was an ability to expand, because for the forensic auditor to say, I can accomplish this for X dollars, is just taking on too much risk because of the level of effort document and substantiate the transactional activity. So I think, I do want to, dispel or, kind of, express that initial amount was, I think it was a large sum and I think a guide for going through the process. But then, to get to the end, we do need additional funds and do need, the time to go through that to finalize the analysis. And
so let me ask, what if we were to say, listen, thanks for the offer to do the additional $250, but that's a little excessive. We didn't plan on spending that much money. Instead, we were going to just take what you've done so far. Can you describe the scope of what you've done thus far and what the additional $250 would accomplish?
So I did present a letter to Mr. Lavenberg back in July that we can debate if there was enough detail in that, but I did address the work that was being performed and what we've produced, as well as the, I have a series of bullets of work that is still yet to be completed. I think that was the intent of providing council members and, Mr. Lavenberg at his role with the water department with the insight of the work that still needed to be completed. The presentation for tonight to go through where we are in that level of detail was significantly more in depth than what was provided in the letter. And, I think the difficulty is, unless it's sort of like the work is incomplete, and giving you the status is just where we are today, and to have that left as incomplete is going to be, I think a significant shortfall in what, the objective of performing the forensic investigation with the request that was put out there.
This considered a change order?
The way the contract was written, I think the way that Mr. Lavenberg put it in was it just getting an addendum to it, and that, but the way the initial contract was set up, it didn't say a change order, and I don't have that specific language in front of me, but it was there. It was specifically addressed in the initial contract is probably the best way for me to describe it.
Okay, well, I have to think long and hard about, what I'm going to vote on. I think that it's important work, but I just want to make sure that we're being proper fiscal stewards of the taxpayers' money. And so I just have to think long and hard about it. Thank you. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you. I appreciate your questions.
Mr. O'Brien, this is Council President McBride. I just would like for you to just go over the numbers again. I wanted to hear the numbers on the amount of bonds, and then I wanted to hear the actual amount that has been spent to improve and the actual total amount that the water department has taken in over the last 10 years. If you could just rehash that for me, please.
Yep. So approximately 600 million in revenue generated over this time frame. There was over 500 million in expenses paid. The largest category of expenses paid was in the operating expenses. That was over 300 million. There was 24 million in capital improvements. There's approximately 85 million that was paid for debt service. So that's on the interest on the bonds that are in this time frame, but there are bonds that we're paying interest on. I think there's roughly another 50 million of bonds from prior to 2010 that I didn't include in those numbers, but the water department is still paying off those bonds. There's 20 million that was approximately 20 million that was spent for statutory expenditures, another 40 million that went to qualified bond principal and interest, and then 34 million that went to surplus. The bond financing from the fiscal year 2010 to the second quarter of 2020 was approximately 190 million. There was another 50 million that occurred after the second quarter of 2020. It was either in the third or fourth quarter of 2020. And that 50 million was directly related to, just getting my notes out on that, was the 30 million went to the decentralized storage tank system. and $20 million for the replacement of the water meters. To go into some of the detail on the bonds, we had $37 million that was canceled in 2021, and then there was another $6 million that was canceled outside of that one bond in 2021 over the audit period. And then some other numbers that I gave was on the financing, the bond financing activity. I have over $20 million and over 250 payments, check payments that I did not get the supporting records for. So the $43 million in canceled bonds, and then we have, and I didn't give numbers, but there are where I have funds remaining on those bonds and funds encumbered on those bonds, and I can send a summary of that if that helps as well. But as to where we stand on the bond financing activity at this point. And then I think the other point that I made on the bond financing activity is that 190, if you deduct the 43 million that was canceled, that takes you just under, it's just under 150 million. And only 24 million of that went to capital improvements. It seemed to me to be a low ratio, and I recognize that some of that bond is still encumbered and hasn't been spent, but I would have expected over that 10-year time frame more capital improvements with that level of bond financing. And I think the concern I have is in the next 10 years, what kind of financing is going to be necessary for capital improvements. And, I related that to the 50 million for the water meters and the decentralized storage tanks. Those are large capital improvements that occurred, in late 2020, which was outside the audit period. I think those are all the numbers I provided around the bond financing activity.
And I appreciate it. And that'll be it for
President?
me. Yes, go right ahead.
I just want to ask one quick question. So one quick question regarding your billing hours, sir, just so that we can get more clarity on how you are billing the city. So how many hours you billed to date, and how much would you say, calculated based on your contract value, how much you billed per hour, and how many pages of your analysis that you produce. So if you could give me that information, that would be great, or share that with the public in the city, because as Councilman Blakely stated, this is taxpayer dollars. So folks would want to know your billing approach, how many hours you're billing, how much cost, how does your contract value break down by a bill per hour, and how many pages to date did you produce based on that rate? Thank you.
Sure, and that is a great question. The way our billing works is every invoice that we produce, we have a detail of the individual who worked on the project and the hours that they are providing, and we provide that level of detail. So off the top of my head, I don't have a list of the hours. I can easily prepare a summary by employee, by hourly rate. I also have not linked that to the work product that we produced. I do expect the paper that will be produced, the words, it wouldn't surprise me if the length of the report, just on the words with the exhibits and the footnotes would approach somewhere close to 100 pages of detail, and then it'd be supported and substantiated with hundreds of pages of schedules that detail the specific activity that was analyzed and supported, so that that level of detail is provided with the work product. And that also would include the recommendations surrounding the controls, the example, and the information that we provided for improving the monthly reporting. So it'd be encompassing all of that detail. But unfortunately, I don't know, and I didn't add it all up, but it is easy enough. I have provided that level of detail, so both that goes to Mr. Lavenberg, and I have provided copies of the invoices to Mr. Conlon, as well as Council President McBride, and I'm drawing a blank. It might have maybe Council Member Caldwell Wilson was also included on that email.
If there's any way, if you can translate to billable hours, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Thank you.
Council
Yes,
President?
go ahead. Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. O'Brien, when this forensic audit started, it was started on the grounds of fraud, waste, and abuse. But tonight you say, come February of 2022, you're going to, with this extra $250,000, right, if you don't find any fraud, waste, or abuse, is the city of Trenton going to get a refund of the $250,000?
What?
That's my question. I asked that question. That's originally I asked, actually, was any wrongdoing found? You said no. But now tonight you said, there could be fraud, waste, or abuse. Those are the three words you used. Fraud, waste, or abuse. This forensic audit, when it originally started, was about fraud, waste, and abuse. You haven't found any of that. So now you're saying come February of 2022, we're going to pay you another $250,000. If you don't find anything, will the city of Trenton get a refund?
There would not be a refund. The services, and I, as a forensic auditor, am a finder of fact. So the analysis that we're doing is substantiating the transactional activity. We're providing the service of going through it. If there is no fraud, waste, and abuse, that's a terrific finding, in that the activity substantiates that there wasn't that fraud, waste, or abuse. I think the concerns and the red flags that we have identified are going to show that there is, to that level, is it abuse? Is it waste? Is there fraud? I can't make that conclusion based on where I'm at today, but that analysis will be performed. The effort to go through and substantiate and go through the transactional activity is what we were hired to do. I wasn't hired to, find fraud, waste, or abuse. I was hired to do the analysis to substantiate the transactional activity, because there are concerns around fraud, waste, and abuse. Likewise, it's my effort to go through the transactional activity, and it's not like if I find millions of dollars very quickly, or if I find a small amount of money over an exhaustive search, it doesn't diminish the effort that we're doing to substantiate the appropriateness. The other byproduct, and I think Councilwoman Vaughn was very on top of this, which is how do we improve the operations and where are the control weaknesses so that the function of what is occurring is minimizing the opportunity for fraud, waste, and abuse to occur. So I think, there is a little bit of what I'll say a disconnect between the services we're providing and then the conclusion of the only value is there if there is, and I'll say those buzzwords, which are what are characterized as part of a forensic investigation, which is there fraud occurring? Is there waste on the activity that's happening? Is there abuse of the operations that is ongoing?
Do you have any recommendations for the 250 we already spent? We gave you. Do you have any recommendations that we can use?
And the recommendations I have sitting here today are, I have millions of dollars of transactions that are not documented and supported. That's a big problem. That is a significant concern with not just, oh, we're missing this. It's hundreds, possibly thousands of transactions that when we went and got the detailed transactional support, it doesn't exist. And that is a significant concern. I can't understate what that does to me as the forensic auditor, where I am sitting here today, that I am reporting that I went through and I don't have documentation to substantiate this transaction. And it's not, oh, I just missed this one or I missed this one. It's millions of dollars. On just the bond financing activity, we're at almost 21 million and over 250 transactions that the support was not. And it wasn't just 1 year. This is covering every year of the transactional activity that's occurring in. Some years there's significantly more, some years there's less, but every year we're identifying missing transactions that we cannot document the appropriateness of that activity.
So the extra 250,000 will be able for you to find the documentation.
I don't know. I don't know if it exists. I think what I haven't done is gotten through all of the documentation that we have obtained, and that's what I need to complete to then substantiate, did this transaction make sense? Did it have all the documentation? Did it substantiate and justify what was going on? So did the invoice match the check that was paid? Was there appropriate approval with the purchase order? Do we have the contract that says this is what's going to occur? It's that level of detail that is going to be the work that we will be performing so that we can conclude on the appropriateness of the transactional activity. Part of the missing information will be working with Mr. Zielinski and the accounting department to see if there is an ability to find those missing transactions, but that raises the other concern of the document retention and the document storage so that that information is readily available, that when documentation is not there, that's what leads to a red flag. Why is it missing? Why isn't it there? Why can't we determine the appropriateness of the transactional activity?
Can you identify or explain what the city of Trenton's record retention policy is?
Off the top of my head, I do not have it. I know when we went through the documentation to identify the water authority's transactions, we were down in their records where it was stored, going through box after box after box, and identifying the transactions related to the water authority.
Thank you for your time, Mr. O'Brien.
Sure.
Brian, I appreciate you, and you'll be hearing
Hello?
from us in the very near future.
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
can't hear anything.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
I appreciate the time.
All righty. So at this time,
Hey, I have one last question. I got disconnected. I'm sorry about that.
No, we're done with that part of it. We're moving on to the docket. Mr. Conlon.
We do have a couple other items to take care of.
Right. I was going to express that we need to, before we switch over to the rice notice, we want to do the
Motion.
vote. The vote.
Correct.
That,
I was bringing that up.
the motion to vote on what occurred in executive session. If you can do that.
Do you want to raise the motion, Council President?
Yes, I will make a motion for the to counter the lawsuit that has been
I
brought
have a
against the
motion by
council.
Council President McBride for the City Council to make a decision to counter the lawsuit filed, to file a counterclaim in the lawsuit filed by John Morelli against the City of Trenton. Motion by Council President McBride. Do I have a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. This is to file counterclaims. Hold on one second and I'll get to it. And I will now call the roll. Just get my notes. Mr. Blakely, to file a counterclaim.
No.
Mr. Blakely votes no. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes yes. Mr. Harrison.
No.
Mr. Harrison votes no. Mr. Michel.
No.
Mr. Michel votes no. Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez votes yes. Ms. Vaughn.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn votes yes. Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered, the motion carries. The attorneys will be notified by email of the motion in front of the council to approve the filing of the counterclaim. Council President, would you like to proceed down the docket?
Yes, I would. At this time, Mr. Conlon, we're going to ask this is for the rice. The council asked for you to be riced. You responded exercising your right for it to be heard in public. And so at this time, we're going to bring in Miss Penny Carter just to take the minutes during the ricing, and then you will come back and finish up the session.
Yeah, she's going to take minutes as a conflict of interest. I can't actually relieve the clerk's chair. There's no authority to do that, but she can take the minutes for the conflict of interest portion of this. And this meeting is being recorded as well. So for that purpose, the floor is open to you all. Thank you very much.
All righty. So at this time, based on the rice notice, I would just ask any of the council members if they would want to speak on the issues. And
yes, Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I will just I'll be very brief and straightforward. My concern is that we are a year, maybe a little over a year into Mr. Collins' tenure, and we have not, as a council body, provided him with a performance review. We have attempted to, but for whatever reason, I guess partially it was COVID last year, etc. But but nonetheless, we did not give Mr. Collins a performance review by the full council membership. During the course of the year, I made some observations about Mr. Collins' performance related to his statutory duties as the city clerk. And that's all, that's my concern. Whether he has met the mark and the expectation of the council and the public that he represents or supports. So I read the statute. The duties of the municipal clerk. It's Chapter 40A, 9 through 13, New Jersey statute. And the skills are, the duties of the clerk by statute, by law, are very clear and they are outlined very specifically. And it says the act of the municipal clerk shall act as the secretary of the municipal corporation and custodian of the municipal seal in all minutes, books, deeds, bonds, contracts, and archival records of the municipal corporation. It also says that he shall act as secretary to the governing body, prepare meeting agendas at the discretion of the governing body, be present at all meetings of the governing body, keep a journal of the proceedings of every meeting, retain the original copies of all the ordinance and resolution, and record the minutes of every meeting. And he's supposed to serve as the chief administrative officer in all elections, serve as the registrar of voters in the municipality, serve as the administrative officer responsible for the acceptance of applications for licenses and permits and the issuance of licenses and permits, serve as the coordinator for records managers responsible for implementing local archives and record retention programs mandated by pursuant to Title 47, perform such duties as now and therefore imposed by the statute, regulation, or by municipal ordinance or regulation. So based on that, I don't believe that he has upheld his duties. Not to say that he could not possibly correct them, but to date, the city has we're not up to date on the minutes of our meetings. All our resolutions and ordinances are not accounted for, and they're not all are for public view and reference. It's not in the repository of record for the city of Trenton. It's not in our city code. The city code has not been properly codified to represent the passing of the resolutions and ordinance of our city. Also, it has been reported where we have been sued repeatedly for Oprah non-compliance with the Open Public Records Act. Many complaints from citizens and residents regarding being, for lack of a better word, blocked or not given access and not giving the proper documents requested, and once given, they weren't adequate, or the data was not given to statute. And also, another important factor, and the last one that I have concern about, is the residency, the terms of his employment, and the terms that were outlined in his offer letter, that he was supposed to make every effort to move into the city and acquire residence within 90 days. The council also extended this time frame due to the pandemic, and he still have not complied, at least not to my knowledge or awareness. So those are the things that I'm concerned with, and those are the things that I believe that he has not met the expectation of the job, the statutory duties of the municipal clerk. And the last thing that I just want to say, I'm sorry, and based on the statute here, it says that the municipal clerk shall act as a secretary to the governing body. There has been multiple reports, and he has said things directly to me as well, that he does not work for the governing body. He does not work for the council and the 7 membership. He exclusively works for the council president. So, those are the reasons that has given me concern. Thank you, Council President, and I yield my time.
President McBride.
Yes, Councilman Blakely.
Yes. So I'm glad that we're here. I requested for us to evaluate Mr. Conlon's tenure some time ago, and it was rejected. But I guess better late than never. And I want to express my profound concern with the performance and the demeanor and professional conduct or the unprofessional conduct of Mr. Conlon. I think Mr. Conlon is not suited to be clerk based on his behavior. I am deeply concerned for many reasons, and I will try to articulate what those reasons are. Mr. Conlon's staff has been reduced to one person currently, beside himself, because of a mass exodus of staff members from the clerk's office due to his bizarre behavior and amid allegations of impropriety, as well as amid allegations of sexual harassment, of inappropriate discussions with staff member that give me pause. They give me pause to continue his employment with the city of Trenton. He has been extremely litigious and has literally sued folks in what I believe are frivolous lawsuits. I have personally been, harassed as outlined in the independent report by a law firm that we had to investigate Mr. Collins' conduct by me, but has nothing to do with me. Quite frankly, I think for me, I believe that we should have start the process of investigating Mr. Conlon's conduct, particularly as it relates to the mass exodus of members of staff members in the clerk's office. I was in the clerk's office today to pick up my mail and, noticed that there was one person, and each of those staff members have clearly articulated that Mr. Conlon's bizarre behavior was the cause of their departure from the clerk's office. I think it's best if we look for someone that we have confidence in. I think Mr. Conlon, I really want to piggyback on many of Councilwoman Vaughn's positions regarding Mr. Conlon's performance of his duty. I'm also concerned that he does not live in Trenton. We have, particularly, for city council, I think it's important for the clerk to live in the city of Trenton. And the fact that he has not adhered to his contract is disturbing to me. And so I think that Mr. Conlon deserves due process, which is why I hope my council colleagues will vote in favor of sending this to be evaluated and make sure that all of the allegations against Mr. Conlon are investigated. And if they are proven to be correct or truthful, I think we should send Mr. Conlon his walking papers. I think that he has been a negative force in this city. He has contributed to a spirit of dissension and has played favorites on city council. And I just think it's important that, we move the city forward. And I think we cannot move the city forward or the city council forward as long as Mr. Conlon is in his clerk. And so, like I said, he deserves due process. All of the investigations or all of the allegations should be, judged by a law firm or firm to assess the validity of those complaints. But I think we need to do that. And and if the law firms come back and say that they're inconclusive, I would be happy to, not act on those allegations. But I think that there are a number of extraordinarily grave allegations of a really, really bizarre nature that have no place in a professional work setting. And I just think we need to move the city forward. We can't do that as Mr. Conlon. And I would just say that, I have no ill will towards Mr. Conlon. This has nothing to do with him personally. This has everything to do with his performance and my concerns around his temperament and his professionalism. And for those reasons, I hope council colleagues will start the process of determining if we need to remove Mr. Conlon. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Council President,
Go right ahead, Mr.
I want to second that motion. I want to second that motion that we should move forward. I am concerned, just like my other two colleagues had spoken, and I believe we should move forward.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Seeing no others, do we put a motion on the floor, Mr. Kaloji?
Yes,
I'll make a motion to,
Councilman Blakely, excuse me, Councilman Blakely, I need to hear from Mr. Kaloji. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson? Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Wait, Mr. Kaloji, could you hold up for a minute? Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson,
Sure.
I didn't see your hand.
Yeah, I'm just very concerned that this is nothing but a witch hunt that has been continued since Mr. Conlon has been in that office. After 4 weeks, people started attacking him. But I'm not saying that sometimes his behavior leaves a lot to be desired, but he knows his job. And to be able to provide, as Ms. Bond talked about, all the Oprah requests, there's a lot of moving parts to getting Oprah requests together. And when you don't have sufficient staff, I'm being very honest, there's supposed to be 9 staffers in the clerk's office. It has been understaffed from day one, leaving all of the burden on Mr. Conlon. And I have to say what's right is right. And I know there are concerns about his behavior, and he knows that too. But I just don't want this to become a witch hunt, because you have to understand, you get rid of a clerk, you'll shut the city down unless you have somebody that's ready to step up to the plate. So just be careful what you wish for. Thank you.
Mr. Kaloji,
I'd like to make a motion.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Mr. Kaloji.
Yes, Council President, as Council's aware, I sent you a number of emails regarding this issue. Under federal case law, Mr. Conlon is entitled to due process rights, which Mr. Blakely just alluded to in his statement. Basically, the vote would be to commence the process by which it will be determined if the clerk should be removed. And what's going to happen as that process is the engagement of an outside law firm to put together written notice of deficiencies, charges, whatever you want to call them, and there will eventually be a hearing on those charges. And if the governing body is satisfied at the conclusion of the hearing that the charges have been proven, it can take removal action. If the governing body is not satisfied that the charges have been proved, it can obviously vote not to remove. But this vote tonight is just to start the process, the preparation of charges, the scheduling of the hearing, and then it will play out from there.
Miss, I'd like to make a motion to commence the process of determining if we're going to remove Mr. Conlon. Is that sufficient?
That's fine.
Yes, it is.
And second.
We have a motion from Mr. Blakely. Ms. Penny, are you on the call?
She is, but she actually doesn't have any authority to hear any of this. She's not a city employee. She's here for...
No, Mr. Conlon, I have Mr. Kaloji on the line for the law tonight. I was asking if she was there.
She is.
To note that. Mm-hmm. So, just to make sure that she's taking her notes. All righty. So, Mr. Blakely had a motion, and now we'll have a second.
Second, Councilman Harrison seconds it.
All righty. We may take it to a vote.
I need to call the roll.
I believe Mr. Kaloji would be most appropriate to call the roll.
Mr. Kaloji?
Yeah, that's not a problem. Councilman Blakely.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison. Yes.
No, You missed Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't do this. It's part of my regular job, so I'm not familiar with the order. I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Blakely was yes. Councilman Harrison already voted, so I apologize for taking it out of order. Councilman Harrison's vote was? Yes. Yes. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
Yes, to allow Mr. Conlon to have his say.
Councilman Michelle?
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes.
And Council President McBride?
Yes.
The matter passes 7-0 by my count, and I'm asking that the temporary clerk document all of this in her minutes.
Mr. Conlon, you
That
may
would be-
continue.
Yeah, that would be the conclusion of the matter as to Mr. Conlon, which means he can now take over the meeting as the clerk, continue with the minutes, and our temporary clerk is relieved. Thank you.
I'd like a minute to show Ms. Carter out, if you don't mind.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Conlon, and thank Ms. Penny Carter for us, please. We're just waiting for Mr. Conlon to walk Ms. Penny Carter to her car.
There should be a security guard there.
There never is. Mr. Conlon has never had security.
Council President, would you like to continue down the docket?
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Thank you for escorting Miss Carter to her vehicle.
Yeah, I had to make sure she got to her car. She said, she asked me to, so that's, and that was my pleasure.
Yes, definitely. It's dark out there. All righty, so we can continue down the docket.
Sure. So there will be no minutes for approval. There will be communications and petitions as listed on the docket. I have the financial reports. I am trying to get them reviewed because I don't have the ledgers, but I'll get those done, and we'll see if we can get them on this meeting. If not, they'll be on the next meeting. We've already done the executive session resolution. And just to correct for the record, I believe I said it was 21-548. It's actually, the resolution number was actually 21-528. There will be two ordinances for second reading and public hearing. First is ordinance 21-027. An ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 135 and 139 Morris Avenue, block 16602, lots 1 and 3, pursuant to NJSA 48:12-13B5 to Fifi Family Enterprises for the sum of $40,000. Does the council have any questions for anybody on that one?
Yeah, I do. Council President?
Which one is that? Which one is that, Mr. Conlon? I lost my
This is
place.
ordinance.
Okay. Yeah. Go right ahead, Council.
So I guess this would be for the Economic Development Director. He should come back to us with a little bit more information on the potential buyer of this property. Was it 55 Family Enterprises, LLC? I did a little research, and it looks like the LLC is out of Florida. And Mr. Daniels can confirm that. And also the business administrator and/or the procurement officer, who is by statute supposed to vet these LLCs and et cetera. So I want to know specifically this is the property that used to be the Baldessari's restaurant, correct? Or catering hall, correct? Can Mr. Daniels answer that question? Is this the vacant Baldessari's, the former Baldessari's, what do you call it, catering hall?
It abuts the
Restaurant
property.
catering hall? Huh?
It abuts the property that the liquor license was just denied for. These parking lots are directly adjacent to that property. Yes, you are correct. The old Baldessari where the homicide occurred.
Yes. And so I'm just curious as to what the plans are by the owner for the property. And were there two appraisals on the property, and how did we come up with the sum of $40,000?
Through Council President to Councilwoman Vaughn. I do not know if two appraisals was done, ma'am. Should have had that information in front of me. I do not have that information in front of me. As to the specific purpose, what I have been told is that the contiguous property owner is looking to subdivide the parcels and or perhaps consolidate the lot.
Okay, that's fine. So if you can get that information. Oh, so the two appraisals were never, do you have one appraisal?
Ma'am, I understand that we came to an agreement. I believe this came through real estate. I will get that information from you and ascertain whether two appraisals were actually done. I do not have that information at this time.
Okay, so we have Thursday. So if you can get that information to the council, that'd be wonderful.
Thank you. Yes, I will.
Thank you, Council President.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this ordinance? Seeing no one else, we may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next will be ordinance 21-28, an ordinance authorizing the sale of a temporary easement within city-owned real property designed on the city tax map as block 11103, lot 2.01, pursuant to NJSA 40 Cap A 12-13B1 to the State of New Jersey Department of Transportation for the sum of $5,000.
Is there anyone that would like to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am.
Council President, it's Robin Vaughn again. Could I ask Mr. Daniels one quick request for 2127 for Thursday?
Go right ahead.
Okay, Mr. Daniels, if you're listening,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
you also regarding 2127, the Baldessari, 139 Morris Avenue, can you also share with us on Thursday why this particular property was not sold on auction as well? So I thought all public property that's sold has to go through the auction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council President.
We may continue.
And just a note for the record, 2127, 2128 must be roll call. Next, we have resolutions. First, we have resolutions from the city clerk's office. Resolution 21-529, resolution supporting women's space and the honoring of December 6, 2021 as Community of Lights Day. How would you like to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, that could be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. So noted. Next, we have Resolution 21-530, resolution opposing the transportation of liquid natural gas through New Jersey. And this is sponsored by Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
That could be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Administration. Resolution 21-490, resolution closing municipal buildings on certain holidays observed by the city of Trenton in 2022.
This could be roll called because I think Councilwoman Vaughn had questions to this resolution, so you can roll call it.
Yeah, do any questions want to come to the floor now, ma'am?
Yes, I think I did list them. I sent the email out, and I will send it for Thursday regarding, we should align the city holiday schedule with the federal, the state, and the county, along with our school board. Particularly our school board, we want to make sure that the city parents have off the same days that their children have off. Last time last year, we opted to have the city open on Columbus Day, whereas the school board is open, the school district is closed on Columbus Day. So the parents still had to get child care, things like that. And again, I just want to make sure that the city, we understand what the impact is to our residents and taxpayers, and the impact of keeping the city open on a holiday when all other state and local offices, county, state, federal, are closed. Thanks.
So, Mr.
President.
Conlon,
Yes, ma'am.
we had asked for Mr. Williams to give us his legal opinion for this particular resolution. He had submitted a legal opinion back a year ago, and also the unions had a lot to do with this resolution based on their days that they had selected for themselves. They had wanted Black Friday off and Christmas Eve, and so since they're only entitled to 13 days, they went with the Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday, and the Christmas Eve day. And so we still need Mr. Williams' legal opinion. Did he send it down?
Not to the best of my knowledge, ma'am.
Council President, I believe Mr. Williams sent that to Mr. Kaloji for his review and, interpretation, and I believe he sent an email to the council about his findings and his a review of that. Mr. Kaloji, you want to jump in there?
We don't have it.
Council President?
Mr. Kaloji?
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, I did send an email. I'm looking for it at the moment. Basically, there is no law that specifically requires the city to either be open or be closed on holidays, whether they're federal holidays, whether they're state holidays. Theoretically, we could stay open every holiday. Theoretically, we could close every holiday. That's up to council. But the real issue is if the collective bargaining agreements have been negotiated in terms of giving the union specific days off, those dates cannot be changed. They would have to be brought up when it's time to renegotiate the contracts. So again, council can pretty much do what it wants to do with regard to holidays. It generally seems to be more of a tradition than a statutory impetus, but it cannot do anything to interfere with what the unions already have in their collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you.
Council President?
Mr. Yes,
Council
go right
President?
ahead, Councilman Harrison.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, this council replaced Columbus Day with Juneteenth. That's what we did. We replaced Columbus Day with Juneteenth. If you look on the city holidays, it's on there. Juneteenth replaced Columbus Day. This council voted on that.
Okay, so this will be a roll call, and we do have Mr. Kaloji's legal opinion. He said he sent it over. We'll check our emails to make sure that we have it. Thank you, Mr. Conlon. You can continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-531, a resolution consenting to the appointment of C. Andre Daniels as Director of the Department of Housing and Economic Development for the City of Trenton.
We're going to roll call this, Council President.
Yes, that's all. Yes, that is advice and consent is a roll call.
Just read to the record.
Yes, Madam President, Adam Cruz, Business Administrator.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. Normally, we do the advice and consent on Tuesday, and so the mayor is ready to make the presentation for both directors.
Well, I didn't see that anywhere in the and you didn't address that on Thursday during the review, Mr. Cruz.
Because of resolutions where we're in front of council for approval. So normally that's all that is required, that we submit the resolution and then we do the advice and consent Tuesdays.
I wasn't prepared to vote today, but Mr. Conlon, if the council is willing to go forward, we can move forward.
Sure. If you want me to read them into the record, we can move forward. It's up to you.
Yes.
You're
Yes.
the legislative body.
Yes.
Okay, so first we're gonna actually walk these on right now. This is Resolution 21-531, a resolution consenting to the appointment of C. Andre Daniels as Director of the Department of Housing and Economic Development for the City of Trenton. Council President, before we vote on this, did you want to hear from the mayor?
Yes, I guess we can, because I just wasn't prepared for this until Thursday, but go right ahead.
Your Honor, the floor has been yielded to you.
Can we put the resume on the screen, Mr. Collins?
Let me see. I believe I have it. Hold on one second. Let's see. Just give me 1 second, though. I just wanted to take a look, make sure there's no personal contact information in here. No, we're good.
Council President? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor.
Sorry I can't join on Teams. I wasn't able to sign on, so I had to call in. But thank you for the time and opportunity to speak on behalf of both Director Daniels and Director Wilson.
For the first time, addressing particularly economic development issues, we're taking a holistic approach to working with public safety, and this way, and even with human services and recreation, so that when we take down blighted properties, we also keep in mind that it not only improves conditions in the neighborhood, but also helps address public safety issues. For an example, in October, we took a tour of Stuyvesant Avenue between Prospect and Parkside, led by Director Daniels and Director Wilson, and we toured 67 properties on the blocks and have inventoried them for either rehabilitation or for demolition. And this is a holistic approach to address numerous public safety issues raised by the families and businesses that live there. I have to commend Director Daniels and Director Wilson for specifically engaging with the neighbors and taking this direct approach, which is a credit to their credentials. I know that Director Daniels is committed to working with the council on redevelopment plans that alleviate not only dangerous conditions, but create real economic opportunities for our citizens. In fact, Director Daniels has arranged for 2 nights where contractors are coming in, and he's able to speak to how they can get involved with more big projects, how they can get information for opportunities, not only to create jobs, but for businesses for themselves to work on city projects. Director Daniels is also working with Public Works and the Parks Department to carry out additional inspections as a plan of targeting vacant properties. Director Daniels also has a history of elected being a mayor down in South Jersey, and also working with the council there. So I think that he has great tools as a holistic approach to economic development. I know he's excited about working on the Roebling 2 block project and making sure that there are more not only economic opportunities for local businesses, but that there are housing options, and that we do address the urban blight that has caused many problems for neighborhoods, public safety. So with that, I would ask that council approve the appointment of Director Daniels for the Housing and Economic Development Department. Thanks so much.
Council President?
Yeah,
Thank you, Mayor Gussior, and welcome aboard, Mr. Daniels. And I have been working with you over the past couple of months on a couple of items, and I appreciate your assistance. But Mr. Daniels, I'm looking at your resume, and I did read your resume, and I see you have a couple of certifications, I guess certified public manager, etc. We had you replaced Ben Delisle, who was our previous economic development director, and your resumes are starkly different. Yes, Mayor Gussior did say that you was the previous mayor of a municipality in New Jersey, and that reflects here on your resume. You were an elected official, council, and you served on a board of the Boys and Girls Club, etc. So, again, the last director in qualifications were starkly different. His background was definitely strictly economic development, had experience in urban planning, business administration, and public administration. And I just don't really see that experience here at all. That you have experience or even ever managed a economic development department and the related very critical programs that will have direct impact on revitalization of the city. So so that's my concern. So you could tell me maybe there's some experience in here that's transferable. And of course, that's in every professional resume, that, you know, the correct person for a job doesn't necessarily, you may not have the background, the experience, the credentials, but you have all the right attributes. So I'm looking at your resume. It looks like you have some good attributes here that can be transferable in this particular job. Can you cite those for me, please?
Through Council President Vaughn to Council President Kathy McBride to Councilwoman Vaughn. The resume that's up on the screen is a dated resume. The resume that I submitted to the administration that eventually went on to DCA is different than this resume right here. However, what I would simply add to you, Councilwoman Vaughn, while I would agree that my resume and perhaps my predecessor's resume is vastly different. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a planner by trade. Quite frankly, I do not have any of those certifications that my predecessor had. But what I do have is, and you're absolutely right, is the attributes, the knowledge, skills, and abilities from a long career in the United States Air Force as a contracting official, as a contracting officer, working cradle-to-grave projects. Also, the mayor mentioned as a former elected official working in West Hampton Township as a council person and eventually ascending to the mayor, working cross-collaboratively with the council people to bring economic development to our community there in West Hampton, to bring affordable housing to our community while preserving open space. You know, at the end of the day, the number one thing that I would think that anyone in the administration, anyone in the council, and most importantly, the citizens of Trenton would want out of me is a return on the investment that's placed in the public's trust from the office of the Director of Housing and Economic Development. Since I've been on board, I think that we have done a lot of the necessary due diligence work, going from east to west, north to south, talking to many stakeholders. You know, at the end of the day, the city of Trenton has a simple mandate for me. That mandate is couched in the master plan, the Trenton 250 master plan. I'm respectfully asking for an open ear, open mindset that we have already in the last 90 days put plans into action, marshaled a staff who have the absolute knowledge, skills, and ability through the planning department, through real estate department, through economic development department, through our inspections department, those individuals who have, if you will, circled the wagon around me in this director's office to work collaboratively to get things done. Not to mention working in a cross coalition across the cabinet to see that we get some of the things done. So while, you know, someone could either agree or disagree that I need to have a certification in inspections or perhaps a planning degree or perhaps some sort of engineering certifications or licensure, I believe what I do have, first and foremost, is a heart for the city, to want to see it reformed, to want to see it move forward, to want to see it revitalized. And I believe that we can get there together. Councilwoman Vaughn, I don't know whether I will be given an opportunity to advance some thoughts and perhaps my vision on how I plan on getting us there. But if Council President Kathy McBride was to yield some time to me, I would like to read a prepared text. Hopefully I've answered your questions.
Yeah, and then, okay, so Yeah, so that speaks to your attributes, certainly not to the quantitative skill sets that you would traditionally see on a resume of a director of economic development. But nonetheless, as I stated, I'm not a manager that looks for, credentials. I look for the attributes, whether the person has the right attributes to be successful in a role. But one of explain to me your approach, because you were just mentioned that you and Dr. Lopez and I believe the police director, Mr. Wilson, walk the neighborhood. And I believe in working across the enterprise with the other executive managers to come up with a holistic approach and help you facilitate your programs. Relationships are important. So what I didn't understand, I saw the report that the mayor produced, and it was nothing but pictures of the properties that were slated for demolition. And when I say nothing but pictures, well, if you're talking about tearing down a whole street from Prospect Avenue to Parkside, that's a long stretch of Stuyvesant Avenue. And I didn't see any quantifiable measures. Meaning, I don't know who you talk to on the street or in that neighborhood, but I live on Stuyvesant Avenue, a couple of blocks up from where you guys are proposing to demolish. But it impacts the region of my neighborhood. And of course, it's in my ward, the West Ward. So I want to know why in that report you did not produce or share with the community the quantifiable measures. And I just want to hear from you what you deem to be the measures. Because if I was putting forward a project and I wanted to present a case to the people or my boss or whomever, the council, whomever, the mayor, presenting that case for funding and et cetera, to do the project and move the project forward and tear down a neighborhood, I want to know how you're going to rebuild it, what you're going to rebuild it with, a couple of proposed options, cost, the estimated cost of the project, the outcomes, what you're looking to achieve. I hear so often in the city of Trenton and from Mayor Gussior, very basically, oh, we have a blighted neighborhood and we want to just tear them down and because they're an eyesore. Well, that's not good enough. I mean, I'm all for beautification of the neighborhood and tearing down blighted buildings, but I want to know what's going to replace that. Because too often, you look across inner cities, you look at Baltimore, Detroit, et cetera, Philadelphia, you name it, Newark, Atlantic City, the blight is real, and they come in, they demo, they take all the government subsidies, these developers, and you don't see them again. Say Stuyvesant Avenue, you guys go in there, tear it down, give the contract to whomever, and we don't see anything. I'll be dead and gone before anything be built on Stuyvesant Avenue. And this has been the history, historically, of blight and development in inner cities, like Trenton. So I want to know, how come that report was so thin, and why you didn't take an opportunity to provide the necessary data and information to my ward, to the citizens of this ward, to the residents and taxpayers of this ward, as to what the plan is in detail. And, I mean, you don't have to have exact figures, but certainly you should have some type of projections as to how much it's going to cost and what you plan for that vicinity. Instead of just going around shaking hands, which I believe in right relationships, but that's just one little small baby step toward the bigger picture. So tell me what the quantifiable measures are, what the goals and objectives of that project, what the outcomes are going to be, who's going to be impacted, who's going to benefit, and you know what the impact of the project is going to be for not just the West Ward, but the entire city. So can you please explain to me? Thank you, Mr. Daniels.
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn. You know, to answer your question in short, and I'll elaborate. I'm short on answers right now. And the reason why I say that I'm short on answers because Resolution 21-511 simply asked the council for permission to have the planning board study the implications of the blight that is on Stuyvesant Avenue. At our last council meeting, council had directed, based on concerns, that we amend 21-511 to add the language abandoned properties, vacant and or abandoned properties. The reality of it is we would be putting the cart before the horse if I don't know what I don't know. What I do know is, based on citizens' complaints, based on an institution that is on that block that handles young ladies in distress, and quite frankly is doing some real robust work in the community. And based on those complaints and other residents' complaints on that block, we decided to actually go out and see firsthand. When you talk about Stuyvesant Avenue from Prospect, I believe, down to Elmhurst, and you count 67 either dilapidated properties that may represent imminent health hazards or risk to the community, and you just talk about the blight that we understand that is across the city, and quite frankly, we're all enjoined in our master plan to see the revitalization, and it has to start somewhere. It starts on blocks like Stuyvesant. It starts on blocks like Sanford. So what we're simply coming to council for, and Resolution 21-511 is to have the planning board study the implications, the ramifications of how we can improve that block, how that block can be restored to its former luster. You know, in the interim, today, nothing happens to those home owners that, quite frankly, have taken care of their homes and have done great to keep their property values as sanguine as they have always been. However, when that block is rehabbed, when that block is revitalized, all property values would then go up. So that's the intent at the end of the day. The true intent of walking Stuyvesant Avenue, talking to neighbors, having an opportunity to assess what is actually going on in our city. And I think that, to go back to your earlier question, while I may not have the specific qualifications that some may be looking for, or Councilwoman, that you may be looking for, the attributes of being able to come from behind the desk and actually put boots on ground and talk to the residents one-on-one, quite frankly, have been met with great applause, great appreciation that someone in City Hall that sits behind the desk of the Director of Housing and Economic Development cares enough to actually go into the community and talk to the residents. We've done this from stem to stern, ma'am.
Yeah, well, keep in mind that everybody on this council is a resident of the city of Trenton, and two of us, I believe, live here in the West Ward and off of Stuyvesant, on Stuyvesant and off of Stuyvesant. So we are that resident that you're talking about that you need to, you know, outside us being council members, but you also have to convince us that you could tear down those buildings and build something that's viable, that's going to revitalize that area and really be impactful and meaningful for the city. So that's what I'm talking about. And the only way you can get to that is through some real quantifiable work. So you spoke well. I mean, you have good qualitative skills, no doubt. Okay, you articulate well, but when you talk about tearing down a whole street, you got to come with some data, sir, and you got to come with some numbers, and you got to really convince, citizens like myself. Everybody's going to come with a different perspective and expectation, but I need to see some numbers and some proof that your program is going to benefit me, my neighbors, the city, the town, and there's going to be some real benefit here. And it doesn't seem like that you bring that that particular attribute. And I'm just going to end it there. I'm going to give my other council members an opportunity. And thank you, Council President.
Well, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to or have any words for Mr.
Council President?
Daniels?
Council President? Council President?
Is that a council member?
No, this is the mayor.
Oh, Mayor.
I just, for 5 seconds, we're not proposing to tear down 67 properties. Some will be rehabilitated. But one of the places we visited was Timbuktu Academy, and you could clearly see across the street there are nuisance properties. There are gangs that hang out there. They do illicit activities. We're talking about making real improvements to the neighborhood. And if you took the walk down there, and I'd love to walk down there with the councilwoman, she could see for herself the cause and effect of the blight on that neighborhood.
Thank you, Mayor. We're gonna allow some of the other council members to speak to Mr. Daniels.
Council President?
Yes.
Mr. Daniels?
Go right ahead, Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Daniels?
Councilman Harrison, I'm here.
Yes. Could you talk about the initiative Fight the Blight?
Fight the Blight is the mayor's initiative to just simply look at the city in a new and innovative type way. It was the brainchild of our principal planner, Stephanie Register. If you will, it represents in many ways the tip of the spear of fighting blight, if you will, and tearing down some of the dated properties that we have in the city. If I could, I would talk about two tracks of it. One, I'll just talk about the demolition. We clearly know that we have hazards within the city. We have properties that we've identified that cannot be rehabilitated, and in those instances where structures once represented hazards to the community, we would knock them down. And in its place would be a green space and a blank canvas for either future development or open space. On the other side, sir, what we have is finding homes for people to live in. Trenton right now has 70% of its residents rent properties in the city. We would like to shift that paradigm and turn it around and, quite frankly, have home ownership go up and be increased. But just as importantly, one of the things that we have sought to do, listening to this council and hearing the complaints of many, is to be a kind of friendlier department where we're actually reaching out in a real holistic way to our community. To that end, we brought our contractor engagement part one, where it was a standing room only capacity crowd that came to City Hall to hear other builders, various builders, to hear from a principal planner, Stephanie Register, just talk about engagement in the city and how it's our want to engage local residents to become developers, redevelopers, and just creating a pathway for success so that we can hire more residents in the city. It's been widely successful. To all those on the call, I would invite you tomorrow night to our contractor engagement, which is part two, where we will actually have people from our purchasing department and also from our real estate department, where residents can glean first-hand education and an understanding on how they can navigate the process. This wasn't done in a silo. This was done cross-collaboratively across all sectors in our department. I hope I've answered your question, but more importantly, we're creating a climate and culture where the residents of the city could be firsthand developers to build out, if you will, and be a part of the revitalization. You know, as a sidebar or anecdotally speaking, from that night, we have been able to identify many known but just as importantly, many unknown residents who quite frankly have the muster but most importantly, the capacity to help build the city. I hope I've answered your question.
Well, Mr. Daniels, I want to say I was there, and I was impressed by not only Stephanie Register, but yourself, and bringing the contractors and local people who need jobs together to work on helping rebuild the city. So I got to say to you, you have a great spirit about you, man. You work hard, you have a smile on your face, and you promote a message that where you and Stephanie Register are working together and moving the city forward. So you're going to get my vote. I'm very impressed by who you are. I also like to say my colleague had brought up something. We've had other meetings in other parts of the city where my colleagues have been invited and they haven't showed up. One was at Prospect Village regarding the Rutherford Bellevue Avenue redevelopment. My colleague wasn't there. I was there. But at the end of the day, Mr. Daniels, I want to say something. I'm impressed by the hard work you're doing with the Fight the Blight. That's about helping give the contractors, local contractors, give jobs, and we need jobs in this city. There's a lot of people in this city need jobs from all 4 wards. So it's about working together and getting those jobs. So thank you for your time, and hopefully my other colleagues have some questions too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council President.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Mr. Daniels, I have always found you to be the ultimate professional. But what I would ask you is, and I know that Mr. Harrison talks about these meetings, we get notified about them at the last minute. He doesn't know what my schedule is and why I can't be there. But I'm more concerned about the North Ward. So when you are doing walk-arounds in the North Ward or doing anything like that to do with economic development or the community, I would like to know about it because I would like to be part of that. But I would like to have heads up so that I'm able to do that.
That's not a problem, Councilwoman. Vice President McBride. I'm sorry, Council Vice President Marge Caldwell-Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I really do want to see, I want the North Ward to move onward and upward. It's been a long time, and it's always been past practice with prior administrations that, if they were doing anything it doesn't matter what ward was, east, north, south, or west, the ward council person would be notified so that they would have an opportunity to be there. And that's all I'm asking of you. I'm willing to work with you and with the city to make this happen, to get rid of some of these properties that we don't need that are a hindrance to the community. And I wish you well.
Thank you, ma'am. If Council President, if I may speak to that.
No, we're going to keep going in case there's another council member that would like to speak, would like to ask a question or two, or just like to make a statement. Is there any other council members that would like to speak to Mr. Daniels? None? Hearing none? All righty. Mr. Daniels, did you want to say something to the body?
I did. Thank you, Council President McBride and the members of council for the opportunity to appear before you this evening. I would like to begin by thanking my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Thank you to Mayor Reed Gussiora for his confidence and for this awesome opportunity to serve in his administration. The city of Trenton is historic, iconic, and the economic backup singer in the band we call New Jersey. I say this to you not because I read it in a brochure or on the internet or was told to. I tell it to you because it is how I see our city. It is my perspective, my point of view. And we cannot lead our city into economic promise unless we ourselves can see where we are, where we can go, and do it all with a clear point of view. And so I would like to share my outlook on how I see the city and how I want to be measured by this body. I want to keep it simple, very simple. This is paper, front and back. One more time, paper. On the front end, the plans, redevelopment agreements, architectural renderings, and proposals. And on the back end, checks, economic projections, and tax revenue that's generated for our city, all paper. I want a standard for which I am judged, criticized, ridiculed, or perhaps even applauded. I tell you this because this is what my focus is day in and day out. That's how I plan to bring about change. And that is the standard that I am going to use. Now, the comedian D.L. Hughley often says you can be current or aspirational. For me, an aspirational outlook is the only one that makes sense. It drives change and brings people together. Right now, this city needs all three of these things in order to drastically change our economics. Aspirational is also as much about a mindset as anything. My point, I'm here to talk about the future. Today, I want to share with you my plan for the city and ways that we can work together. I say plan because we already have a vision for the city that is contained in Trenton 250, the city's master plan, and quite frankly, my mandate. Within Trenton 250 are a set of 8 guiding principles that set the stage and tone for the type of Trenton that we want to build together. My charge is to attach that vision to actual projects that meet our goals within the 8 principles. For starters, as an example, industrial development, job access, and land use and transportation connection are stated goals under our guiding principles. As I said here right now, there is no greater opportunity for us to meet these goals with one swing than luring the film and television industry to our city. Now, some of us may be thinking, we tried this before and it didn't work or it failed miserably. To this I say, the world has changed dramatically since the early 2000s. New Jersey is now offering one of the most financially competitive financial packages for film and television in the entire industry. In the beginning of the year, Governor Murphy signed a $14 billion tax bill that included $2.1 billion for the film and television industry alone, offering up to 35% in tax credits for projects. Previously, New Jersey offered only 25%. What's more, included within the $14 billion piece of legislation are dollars for studios and production companies to either build or redevelop studios outright in our city. This will create jobs, boost tax revenues, revitalize our industrial footprint, and can be located within proximity to transportation hubs, such as bus stops and our robust train station. I truly believe that economic development is tied to community development. They go hand in hand. We cannot bring the film and television industry to Trenton without creating connection to our existing arts and culture community. One has the opportunity to support the other and vice versa. Conducting outreach to leaders within the community would be a part of my plan and vital to its success. As I stated earlier, we have already done that, touching on many of the stakeholders within this city. As a whole, community outreach is a vital part of community development. Communicating and collaborating with small business owners, heads of nonprofits, grassroots community leaders will be one of the key ingredients to changing the narrative in Trenton. We need them at the table. We need them engaged, and we need them now more than ever. Our Fight the Blight program is an initiative that we remain focused on to increase home ownership in the city. Creating and conserving our green spaces and open spaces in our city continues to be a high priority and is one of the goals within the master plan. There's only so much that I can do. However, within my own department, they say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, I believe it takes an entire administration and council and, in fact, citizenry to resurrect a city. I say that with the idea of cross-collaboration with my fellow department heads in mind. Our challenges are far too daunting for us to work in silos, and the stakes are far too high for us to do nothing about it. I believe that working collaboratively with fire, police, and health and human services, we can solve some of our city's most pressing issues. A new initiative, SHAPE, Safety, Health, and Progressive Economic Initiative, has recently been formed. The goal of this group is to work across our 4 cabinet areas and have direct contact with the public and solving public problems as a work group. We need to utilize new approaches to solve old problems, even when it comes to executing our master plan. Trenton 250 has provided us with a framework, a vision, and goals, but it's projects that are necessary to amplify our master plan. During my tenure, I plan on marrying these projects with our stated framework, vision, and goals. Again, paper. Back to what I said at the top of my remarks. Trenton is historic, iconic, and the economic backup singer in a band we call New Jersey. If you will, and allow me to embellish, Luther Vandross, Mariah Carey, Mary J. Blige, Whitney Houston, all once served as backup singers. Look at what they have become and what they were. Look at their body of work and look how they have inspired. That's where I see Trenton, the next great economic show in the state of New Jersey. Council President and Council, I'd like to thank you for this time, and I welcome any additional questions.
Oh, yeah, I have one, Council President. I have one other question for Mr. Daniels, if
Yes,
you would oblige. Yes, Mr. Council President, can I have the floor?
Yes.
Yes.
Right ahead, Councilman.
I just have a question for you. So, you reside where? You don't live in Trenton, and what is your position on the residency requirement?
Right now, I reside at my home in West Hampton Township. My position or residency requirement is, since I have gotten in town, I have been looking high and low to find adequate housing. Quite frankly, I'm truly vested. I'm not new to Trenton. I've been working in Trenton by way of reclaiming our boys, building our youth development, working at Jerusalem Baptist Church, having boots on ground, filling the gaps, being on the front lines with many of the individuals who are community advocates, social justice folks. And so I'm not new to this. I've had an opportunity, obviously, to work from an official perspective. But Trenton has always, the town has been near and dear to me. I'm not new. My official position is that given an opportunity to find a place to live, I'm more than invested to make that happen. Coincidentally, I swore a sacred oath in 1982. The oath never dies, and that's when I went into the service and to serve our nation. And under these United States of America, no one ever asked me where I was from, but yet I swore a sacred oath and signed a blank check payable up to and including death. I can say directly to you that in service to this nation, this country almost took almost everything up to and including death as a 100% service-connected veteran. So, my official position is given an opportunity to find a home or a place that I can call home in Trenton. I absolutely will look to move. I know that some years ago, the resident requirement for directors was changed. However, I have an open heart and a listening ear to the prospect of being a resident. I believe that with the heavy lift and the work that we have ahead of us, on some level, I need to be invested and, quite frankly, vested to her success. So I don't have a problem with moving to Trenton.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Righty, Mr. Conlon, you may move to the vote, please.
Yes, Council President. This is Resolution 21-531, a resolution consenting to the appointment of C. Andre Daniels as Director of the Department of Housing and Economic Development for the City of Trenton. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely is being marked absent. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
I abstain.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution carries by a vote of 4-1 with one abstention and one absence. Congratulations, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you, sir.
Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Council President, next we have Resolution 21-532. This is a resolution consenting to the appointment of Steve E. Wilson as Director for the Department of Police for the City of Trenton. Council President, would you like to yield the floor to the Mayor for a presentation on 21-532?
Yes, go right ahead.
Your Honor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President and council members. Just as Andre Daniels has demonstrated his commitment and boots on the ground running since his appointment, equally can be said of Steve Wilson, who has the better part of 3 decades in his capacity as Trenton police officer, also raised in the city of Trenton, and it was his love of the city that brought him back to us to serve as the police director, bringing his passion for public safety and community engagement to the benefit of all residents. One of the things that you'll see both Andre and Steve Wilson is completely engaged with the community. They go to the churches, they go to businesses, they go in the neighborhoods. Recently, as I said before, Director Wilson and Andre Daniels led a tour of Stuyvesant Avenue. Most recently, they did that same thing in Sanford. And they truly want to work together in a holistic approach to address public safety issues. And under his leadership, we have made a substantial impact targeting the guns and dangerous narcotics that often lead to tragic violence in our street. And it's a long haul that will eventually win the war. Steve has used his experience to repair the relationships with our county, state, and federal law enforcement partners to help our patrols. Hello, evidently I was muted. I don't know how much you caught of that. Am I back on, Council President?
You were not muted on this end. You are back on, sir.
Okay, great. We have been able to utilize the extra resources relationship with the county, state, and federal law enforcement partners, not only to get the real-time crime center running, but also to have additional resources on the streets. that will target the historic hotspots in the city. And since he has joined in July through last month, Trenton Police Department and its law enforcement partners have seized 127 illegal guns, and that's nearly double from the same time range as last year, as well as nearly 4,000 grams of cocaine and over 15,000 decks of heroin and more than 700,000 in illicit proceeds, all of which are nearly triple the size of what they had seized during the same time the previous year. Even now, he's working on adding dozens of additional marked police cars on patrol, but Director Wilson is more than just gun and drug enforcement. You've seen him in the community, and one of the things under his leadership is bringing back once again the summer youth camp back to Trenton. Dozens of Trenton children have the opportunity to learn about police work and gang awareness training, all while participating in fun field trips in around the city. Steve is also bringing back the Youth Explorer program, which gives teenagers and young adults the opportunity to experience what it's like to work in law enforcement, learning important life skills. And this is a direct effort to recruit new generation police down the line. I'm looking to vote. Hello?
Yeah, I'm looking for them, sir. I'm sorry, you're being interrupted. 1 second. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. And then I'll be brief, Madam President, but Steve is also working with Dr. Adela Lopez to bring back the Trenton Community Street Team program. You might have heard of a similar project that had a lot of success in Newark under Mayor Raz Baraka. We were able to successfully get grant funding, and we're going to be unveiling a Trenton Street Team in the near future. Director Wilson has also established the Daytime Task, which seeks to provide additional resources to quality of aggressive panhandling, prostitution, speeding, illegal dumping, and open-air drug trafficking. All of this is in response from complaints that we've heard firsthand from members in the community. So I'm proud to put forth Director Wilson. We still have a long way to go, but we've been seriously affected by long-term budget cuts coming from the Christie administration when we had to lay off 125 police officers. But Director Wilson knows firsthand how to bring those ranks back, and we're working full steam ahead. So I think that he has a commitment to the city. He's vested in the community, and he is the right person for the right time for Trenton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone?
Okay, 1 second, Council President. With the person at 609-433-7223, please stop unmuting your microphone. You're interfering with the council meeting. If it happens again, I'm going to have to disable it. My apologies. I don't want to do that, but it's interrupted. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And Mr. Wilson?
So, Mr. Wilson, can you put his resume up, Mr. Collin, please?
And these are the resumes that I received with the, let me just do one check just to make sure the rest of it is redacted.
Listen, Mr. Collin, mute them permanently, because I cannot have these meetings interrupted because they're not considerate.
I believe IT just took care of that, man.
Well, while Mr. Collins is getting his resume up.
It's fine. There we go. Which part of the resume would you like to see, ma'am?
Oh, this is fine. So I did review it in advance, and I don't see any executive experience on here. As I have seen on previous resumes that we have had, particularly the former, more decorated police director, Sheila Coley, nor any other prior police director that served the city of Trenton over the past 10 years. Each and every one of them has had executive experience at the captain level and above, and have had experience running a law enforcement operation or agency. So can you tell me, but I'm open to looking at a resume, as I said to Mr. Daniels, and seeing whether you have any skills on here that is transferable, that may meet the level of executive experience that's usually required in this capacity of law enforcement when you're running a whole law enforcement agency like the Trenton Police Department. So where here in your resume, maybe I'm missing it, that has executive experience?
Well, first, I'd like to thank the mayor for bringing me on board. I'd like to thank
No, we need you
council.
to answer the question right now.
I will.
And I'm asking you the question.
Okay.
So please proceed.
Give him an opportunity.
No, I'm asking the question, Council President.
Yeah, but just let him.
He can thank the mayor afterwards. Not on my time. So can you please answer the question about executive experience on your resume?
Yes, I can. It requires that I have administrative experience, and the administrative experience is in the Criminal Investigation Bureau as Detective Lieutenant in charge of general assignment. I also have experience as acting lieutenant when I was a sergeant commanding the North District of the city of Trenton.
Okay, so within those job posts that you just described, executive experience, so how many men and women did you manage, both civilian and non-civilian, and how large was your departmental budget?
The departmental budget was handled by the captain in the Criminal Investigation Bureau. I was his XO along with Lieutenant Fink, and we commanded approximately 60 officers in that bureau. Also, when I was in command of all the other parts of the department over my 26 years of experience here in the city of Trenton, that number varied.
Okay, so how large was the budget that you managed, directly managed? Dollar amount, how large was the budget, sir?
I did not manage the budget for the Criminal Investigation Bureau.
Okay, so executive experience, my understanding, the police, how much is the Trenton Police Department's overall budget to operate the TPD?
It's roughly $30 million.
How much?
Roughly $30 million.
Okay, so I guess in the capacities that you held, looking on your resume, you never managed a budget of that size directly?
No.
No. How many resources that are under the City of Trenton Police Department, including civilian and non-civilian?
We are budgeted for 289 officers. And
how many you have currently?
Currently, we're budgeted for 289 police officers and 42 civilians.
Okay, but that's what you budgeted for, but how many are actual bodies on the ground today? How many full-time employees, civilian? Please tell me the amount that are civilian and amount are sworn officers.
I don't have the amount of civilians in front of me. However, the total amount of officers is 266, roughly.
Okay. So the mayor just alluded to the fact that, or stated the fact that when Chris Christie, the governor, was, the elected governor, he massively cut the Trenton Police Department. So can you reconcile that difference today? And let me know and share with the public what the impact of those cuts were. Are you still feeling the impact? And how is that impact the amount of murders or shootings that or the increasing rate of gun violence that has happened from the time you have taken the helm over at the Trenton Police Department?
Okay, so when we had the layoffs, we lost over 100 police officers, like the mayor discussed. And how has that impacted us? That has impacted us over the years, and an increase in crime and our ability to cover the city of Trenton. The police added 15 per year for 5 years until 2016, which is not enough to recoup the losses of our layoffs in 2011, 2012. And that was all due to budget constraints. As you brought, my predecessor, when she presented a budget, she actually layoff. I realized that it saved $1.7 million, but it also decreased the police department. And how that affects crime: less police, more crime happens. However, the gun violence and that you speak of is not specific to the city of Trenton. It is a trend that is going on nationwide, the rise in gun violence in the city. And also to speak to that that trend in the city of Trenton is going down. Over the same period of time last year, what we're having now is I'm at a 50% clearance rate for homicides, as compared to the same time last year was 34%. And I have less homicides. Statistically, when I took over, the months of July and August are horrendous for the rise in violence. And that's not just, that's not just the city of Trenton, that's everywhere.
So we're talking about the city of Trenton.
Yeah. However, the national trend. Okay. So
we understood that, and we understood that last year as well.
Right.
Particularly during the pandemic. And you're not dealing with a pandemic. So let's talk about this year.
So I'm not dealing during a pandemic. So I have more people.
When did you take the helm? June through what? When did you take
July 1st. July 1st.
That's what we want to talk about, sir. Okay? So you don't get to talk about Sheila Coley. Talk about your record. So under your record, it's clearly, it's documented, and it's factual, and it's been quantified that the rate of shootings during the time period that you have taken the helm has significantly increased at a faster rate than what over the same duration than your predecessor. So I just want to know very quickly, because we want other council members to have a turn to speak with you. So what is your plan to remediate? Because you're on record, you're on target to exceed the record, God willing, that, it doesn't happen. But tell me the number of murders that has happened from the time you've taken to date. We're at what number, sir?
35.
No, it's not 35, sir. It's not 35. Everybody on this telephone knows the number of murders, and you just said 35.
Well, Ms.
Okay, so again, so what's your plan? What is your plan? So you stated on the record, November the 30th, that was only 35 murders. But you should go check that number again. So the other, and I will also ask that where's your plan, sir? So what is your plan to prevent your increasing rate of shootings and decreasing the gun violence in this city? Because Actually, last week, I believe the New York Times, or the Philadelphia Inquirer, I would say, put out a report about the murder rate in Philadelphia. I think it's at a pace where it's going to reach over 500 shootings for the year, exceeding the previous year numbers. So, and they talked about what Mayor Gussior is talking about, that, oh, well, we took a lot of guns off the street. Well, I remember last year we took a lot of guns off the street, and the biggest heist was on Tyrell Avenue, I believe. So all I want to know from you is, do you believe, based on the New York Times article, I don't know if you read it. Did you read it? Probably not. Of course not. It stated that there's no direct correlation between the number of guns, because in Philadelphia, they took a lot of guns off the street too. Okay? But the police director over there, which is an African-American woman, stated that there's no direct correlation between the number of guns taken off the street versus shootings. So here we are in Trenton, putting out the narrative that, oh, we put a record of guns off the street, but yet the data by law enforcement agencies is saying that there's no direct correlation of taking guns off the street, because there's all types of guns. And a lot of the guns that are used in the shootings aren't necessarily the guns that they're taking off the street. So, but nonetheless, do you believe it's a direct correlation between the number of guns that you supposedly took off the street that was greater in number than your predecessor? Has a direct correlation to the number of shootings?
Council President, can I answer?
Yes, you can.
Yes, there is a direct correlation. What I've put in place with reestablishing our partnerships with local, state, and federal authorities, we are specifically targeting those violent offenders. So the guns that they are taking off the street and the violent offenders that are taken off the street are those who are doing the shooting. And we have made significant headway in that regard. Those investigations are ongoing, so I cannot elaborate on them. And also all the numbers that, and they're not alleged numbers, there are more guns taken off the street under me than my predecessor in the same time period. And you cannot quantify what taking those guns off the street prevents. So the more guns you take off the street is one less gun that is out there that can shoot someone. So absolutely, there's a direct correlation of the number of guns taken off the street versus the number of crimes with a gun on the street.
Well, number question. So any of the guns you took off the street, did the prosecutor office determine whether any of those guns were used in the shooting? All the guns you took off the street, were any of them used in any of the shootings?
Yes, they have been, and I can't elaborate any further. But all the guns, I can't because they're active investigations, Councilwoman, and you must understand that. Now, all the guns that are taken off the street are ballistically tested through the state police and see if they are tied to shootings. And that's part of the investigative process.
That's your question. Were the guns, specifically the guns that were taken off the street by you on your watch, were any of those identified yet by the prosecutor's office that was in use?
And he said yes, Councilwoman. Now I need to allow the other council members.
Okay, but Council President, again, I don't know why you insist on doing that, but I will wind it down. And my last question to you is, respectfully, I will wind it down, Council President. You know, I hope whoever texts you to interrupt, tell them to stand down. So,
no one did.
So yes, they did. So, Mr. Wilson, my last question to you is, you don't live in the city. You haven't lived in the city in I don't know how long, many years. I just want to know, you were put through DCA approval about a year ago, and DCA declined. They said that you were not qualified. Do you know why you weren't qualified initially to be the police director of the city of Trenton?
Well, I don't know if that's the case, Councilwoman.
Okay, all right, well,
so,
I know that it is.
I can't answer that question.
Council President, I will yield my time. Thank you.
Is there any other council members that would like to speak to Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. I just say, Director
You're
Will,
breaking
acting
up.
There's some
There's some-
feedback. I can't hear you.
There's some background noise. Whoever is making noise, if you could please stop, I'd appreciate it. I just want to say that you have one of the most difficult jobs in this city. Folks are just looking for a scapegoat and often blame the police director. I will say that I have been pleased with your responsiveness. You are dealing with a very, very significant challenge in terms of confronting gun violence in this city. The fact that you are qualified, the fact that you have the confidence of the mayor is enough for me to approve your confirmation. I've gotten a number of phone calls from concerned citizens, and if folks are not happy with Mr. Wilson and they believe that they should have, that there should be another selection, I would encourage them to support a alternative in the mayor's. I am doing exactly what I would do, or lack of a better, Kathy McBride was mayor, and she submitted a nominee that was qualified and had her confidence. I would support that candidate because I think that the mayor should have the ability to have the team that he wants, as long as they're qualified, in position of the director. And so I am going to be voting in favor of you. I wish you luck, and I will definitely be, following up, continuing our conversations around how we can move the city forward by addressing the crime dilemma we find ourselves in. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to address Mr. Wilson?
Councilman Michelle.
Go right ahead, Mr. Councilman Michelle.
Yes, for Director Wilson, I'd just like to tell you, you're doing a great job since you took over. You went over and above from the day you took over, from the shootings that were out there. You showed up all during the night to these shootings and at the hospital where no one else ever did it. The predecessors never did it. Couldn't be found. You show up for work. You're out on the street. You're with the men. You're with the mayor and anyone else on the street. You make the phone calls. And you turn around. The job is second to none for what you have to do. So going forward, overall, you did a good job for the tools you have. You have my support in there, but it's easy for council people to smack you around, don't give you a chance to talk in there, but they will never attack their own in there when they find they're not doing the job. You do show up for work every day, where the other director did not, and that's just in stone. You're doing a good job. Keep doing what you're doing. I support you, and you have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Is there any other
Council
council member?
President.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Harrison, Councilman Harrison.
Mr. Wilson, can you discuss any police initiatives that you started under your tenure?
Yes. When I first got the job, we were in the middle of a crisis of violence. So one of the first things that I did was to reintroduce the Violent Crime Interdiction Task Force, which is a joint operation supported by Mercer County Sheriff's Office, Mercer County Prosecutor's Office, Ewing PD, combined with our own police department. And that initiative is to target violent offenders and drug offenders and to increase presence in our area hotspots that we have in the city. And it's a force multiplier with the effort to combat violent crime. Also, one of the things that I've done here is I modified our patrol function to enhance community relations, i.e. the daytime task force. And you've seen it in the paper. They are designed to specifically address quality of life offenses, do business checks, and which allows our patrol bureau to decrease their response times because they handle those quality of life types of offenses. And they're also designed to increase positive encounters with the community. It's about, sometimes we all know about law enforcement, but a police department is more than that. And our daytime task force is the antithesis of that. They not only do they address quality of life offenses, but they go out there and they address the panhandling and the homeless. And the way they do that, in years past, what we would do was we would write them a summons, and the summons would turn into a warrant, then they get arrested. But our homeless and our panhandlers are often those with some type of addiction. So what do we do now? We give them help instead of handcuffs. Yes, we have to enforce the laws against aggressive panhandling and laws associated with what homeless folks do. But right in our police headquarters, we have the CARES program, and the folks are brought in, and they are directed and steered toward the CARES program. One of our big splashes that we were successful with, we brought in a certain amount of people, and 50% of those folks checked themselves into a recovery program. That's part of our public safety reform is public safety and through a public health lens. This is why we partner with Director Daniels and Dr. Lopez and Director Douglas. When you think of public safety, normally what you think of is the police and fire, but it's larger than that. And I realize that, and I've come to know that through my career here in the Trenton Police Department. Because I was successful here because of my engagement with the community in every aspect of the jobs I did. The community was always involved. That's why I made it easier. I upgraded our website here to allow our community to help us police the community. I listen to the folks at council that may have what be considered a negative, something negative to say. One person on council said that it's hard to even sign a complaint. So I upgraded our website again, and now there's a link there for complaint signing procedures to make it easier for folks if they have a complaint against the police department to lodge those complaints if they might not feel welcome to come to our internal affairs unit. There's a lot that I'm doing. One of the biggest things that we were successfully landed was the Street Teams Grant, which is our partnership with Dr. Lopez in the health department. And that will help identify, train, and deploy non-traditional leaders from within the community to serve as outreach workers. It also provides casework to high-risk mentees to intervene and mediate conflicts between individuals and rival groups involved in Trenton neighborhoods. It also increases access and awareness to healing and recovery services. And this is we'll coordinate with the citywide public safety initiatives through these different partnerships. These are all things that we're doing that weren't done before. The Police Explorer program, the best way that I see to prevent future crime prevention is to prevent and encourage our youth to not go down that road. So I brought the Police Explorers program back after a 2-year hiatus. We are now working on reinstituting the Police Athletic League. The Trenton Rise building unfortunately suffered from the pandemic and construction stopped. That's now back under construction again, and that's going to offer after-hour school initiatives for our youth in Trenton. And like I said, the joint operations that we have going on with my partners, Director Daniels, Director Douglas, and Dr. Lopez, it's it hasn't been done. And we're all intertwined, and we're all part of this public safety initiative. And I also reestablished the partnerships with our civic associations, and all these things I had to do when I came back here. Our police department was in disarray, so not only did I have to hit the ground running, I have to repair the police department. We're severely understaffed, and I'm working on doing that. Currently meeting with the DCA with the hopes of 25 new officers for our spring class. And we need more. We need more resources. One of the biggest things that I'm proud of, and it was a group effort with the city administration, with city council, with the police department. We were able to land and push forward a new radio system and a 911 communications center. We've had problems for years, and I'm happy to say that I'm the one that was in charge of the police department. And we're getting this through with the help of council and with the administration. It's a group effort. It's Team Trenton. Team Trenton.
Is there?
Can we stop being interrupted? Can we stop that?
I don't find that funny, but it's Team Trenton, and I include, when I first came here, I also include reaching out to council and keeping them informed, and I intend to do that. I reestablished partnerships with clergy, and I'm part of the Anti-Gun Violence Coalition and part of the 4 Cs. These are all community outreach programs to make things better, to intercept our youth, to prevent them from, like I said, from going down these roads that we don't want them to go down to.
You talked about reestablishing relationships with different law enforcement partners. Why did you have to do this?
Well, when I got here, those relationships were severed. I got the same story from all the law enforcement heads that I talked to, that those relationships no longer existed. But throughout my career, I had great working relationships with our local municipalities, with our state partners, with our federal partners. So I was able to call them up and ask for help. And we got the help. No one turned us down. And that's just because I walked in the door. Just an example, I met with the sheriff, Jack Hemler, and he sends 10 bodies every week to help the police department. 4 bodies he sends to my daytime task force. Again, I don't know why someone's laughing. That's not funny, but we're getting help. We're getting help from outside agencies until we can be able to sustain ourselves, until I can be able to rebuild this police department. So all those relationships are working well. The state police, you see an increased presence of state police in our city. You see, you may not see the Violent Crime Interdiction Task Force because they work at nighttime mostly, but they're here. And that's through my relationship with Ewing Police Department and Chief Al Rhodes. And Mayor Steinem over there allows Al Rhodes to have lend us a hand over here in the city of Trenton. These law enforcement partnerships are an intricate and important part of what we do here in the city of Trenton every day.
Well, Director Wilson, I'd like to say, somebody talking?
No, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson was trying to raise her hand.
Okay. Director Wilson, it is sad, you're correct, that colleague is laughing on the phone because talk about experience. The previous director, not sure what got done. We stand down. We have Latino merchants who had wanted 3, 4, 5 times when they have a meeting with the director, couldn't be found. Didn't have a recruiting class. Didn't order riot gear. So at the end of the day, I see you out in the community. I see you meeting with community groups, Villa Park. I see you meeting with the church leadership. So you are engaged in the community. So at the end of the day, it is pretty sad when people on this phone laugh. But it would have been really good if my other colleagues who laughs would have held that person, previous director, accountable for not getting the job done or not even actually working with other local municipalities like the sheriff's department, who's actually helping with the city people.
First African-American police director, we wouldn't have the real-time crime center. She had relationship with the state police.
Excuse me, Councilwoman.
Yeah, there we go again.
You're
Council President again.
I'm not going to sit here and be silent.
Councilwoman Vaughn, please.
So Joey, what has Joey
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Harrison?
I would have to have you muted if you do not.
And I'm not going to say nothing.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
You can say whatever you want to do, but at the end of the day, you can't be fat. You can't be fat.
None of those police over there is more qualified than Sheila.
Please mute her.
Right.
I can't have that.
Right. At the end of the day, Director Wilson, I see. Hey, you see it is. She likes to be ignorant, and she likes to try to bully people. She likes to laugh. She wants to be funny. You know what's funny? When your Westward people contact you and you never show up to their meetings. That's what you do. So
we are talking to Mr. Wilson. Are you going to stay on topic?
I was staying on topic until I got interrupted again.
Continue.
Right.
Continue.
So, Mr. Wilson, like you said, you've built relationships with the clergy, with civic groups, with local policing. You're working on another police academy. Like you said, you're taking guns off the street. I have to say, you're working hard. And at the end of the day, Mr. Wilson, I want to congratulate you because you're going to get my vote. I see you out in the community. Like I said, previously, never seen the other director, but I see you and the other local groups in this city see you too. So thank you for all your hard work for this great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Get over Sheila Coley. She was fired.
Excuse me, can I speak?
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, Director Wilson, I want to apologize for some of the behavior on this council tonight. It's not acceptable. And your job is not a laughing matter. You have an unsurmountable responsibility on your shoulders. And I know that you are doing the very best you can to pull all the pieces together to make this a safer city. And I do appreciate that. And I will certainly support you 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
So Mr. Wilson, I guess I'm in twilight zone here because everything that I just heard, I must be in another dimension here. Because first off, let's talk about you just stated, the more police officers, the less crime. Well, factually speaking, in 2005, we had a full complement of police officers, and our crime tripled that year. So, speaking solely on facts, more police officers doesn't mean less crime. You have to be talking about a plan. Second of all, I'm going to come back to you, but I want to address the council. First of all, when there's another council person speaking and you've had the opportunity to have the floor, you need to respect that person. And second of all, none of us can speak for another council person. We can only speak for ourselves. But I would just like to state that I don't understand what one of yours mean, because Mr. Wilson is an African American. He's a Japanese African American. So what does one of yours mean? That's an insult. Then third of all, I would like to talk about a plan, because everybody is talking about the previous director. But when she was there and the murder rate was up, you can hear all of the council men wanting to go behind secret doors or whatever and say, let's get rid of her. We've had councilmen make deals with the mayor for their vote to get rid of her. But yet and still, the murder rate has tripled under your watch, and no one is saying anything. The facts are that we are 5 square miles in land, 7 with the Delaware. And the fact that we have less people than Hamilton, but the murder rate here in the city tops Hamilton. If the ex-police director didn't do anything else, she gave us a crime center that should have made us proactive. But under your watch, it hasn't made us proactive. We're reacting because all we're doing is waiting for individuals to be laid to their grave and then go arrest the people that killed them. This is unacceptable to me. So why don't we stop trying to lay the blame at the footsteps of the ex-director? And why don't we do the job? Because as I see it, from July to November, the murder rate has tripled based on last year's rate from July to November. And so until you can show me what a plan is, why should Trentonians be treated subpar? Why can't we get someone in here that knows what a plan should look like? What about stopping the guns from coming into these 5 square miles? We're purchasing guns that homeowners had, that their grandfathers left, hunting rifles and handguns that their grandmother had that has passed on. That's a joke. We don't manufacture guns in this city. And the guns are being driven across the state line into this city. But we don't talk about any of that. We're not talking about a plan. We're laying blame. And I need to see a plan.
Council
I
President?
need to see what you're going to do to counter these guns coming in our city, the number of deaths that has occurred. And I don't want to hear about, oh, we've apprehended the perpetrators. What about the crime center? They have the unit set up that they can look into your home from the crime center, but yet and still you can't stop a perpetrator from acting. I know that you can't eradicate all gun violence, but this is an alarming rate of death. And nobody is talking about a clear plan to reduce this gun violence. Mr. Wilson,
Council President?
cannot support you. I cannot support you. I was elated when you came on, but I cannot support you. I have not seen anything. You're taking credit for the radio room. And if this council hadn't stopped MPS, we would still be in a position of dealing with MPS, a dissolved company. You didn't stand up for the Trentonians on the radio room. Now you're taking the credit of the council's work. It's unbelievable.
Council President, can I answer?
There's nothing to answer because I'm making a statement.
Okay.
So, Mr. Conlon, you can move to the vote.
President, this is Resolution 21-532, a resolution consenting to the appointment of Steve Eagle, Director for the Department of Police for the City of Trenton. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Don't move.
Mr. Blakely, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Michelle. I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yeah.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Ms. Vaughn.
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Resolution carries by a vote of 4-3. Congratulations, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Next, Council President, we have resolutions to the Department of Law. Hold on, let me bring this up on the screen for everybody's view. The resolution from the Department of Law 21-533, a resolution authorizing settlement of a civil action in the matter of Annette Verducci versus the City of Trenton in the total amount of $135,000. Just to remind Council, this was discussed in executive session. If there's any other questions, I suppose we could have an additional executive session, but at this juncture, I'm just seeking whether you want it on the consent agenda.
I would like to roll call this resolution.
Yes, ma'am. So noted. Next, we have Resolution 21-534, a resolution authorizing settlement of civil action in the matter of Charles McKinsey versus the City of Trenton in the total amount of $575,000.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. So noted.
Council President, might be heard very briefly.
I thought that was supposed to be tabled.
Yeah, I'm gonna provide some supporting docs for that, so we're gonna table that. But I also would ask respectfully if the clerk could peel that acting away from my name, please.
The what one?
If the clerk could peel the acting director from my name, please.
No, that's not a problem. That'll be corrected. But that will still be roll call. So when we come for roll call, we'll ask for the table.
Yeah, because it's all of those have to be roll called. I mean,
So,
both of them. But this one is coming off on Thursday. This is going to be tabled, Mr. Conlon.
yes, ma'am. I've made a note, and we can, when we go to roll call, we can make the motion for tabling at that time. Next, we have Resolution 21-535, a resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance of the transitional year 2021 appropriations.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Can we roll call that? I guess it should be roll call. It needs 5 votes, right? 2/3 of vote, right? Can we roll call that, please? And also, Ron Zielinski, he's still acting director?
He is not. But at the time this resolution was signed, he may have actually been the acting director. I'm not sure. I don't know when they prepared it, but it did come up to my office prepared that way.
I don't know what that means, Council President. Council President, can you give direction here about Ron Zielinski?
Yes, because if he is the director of finance, then it should have that on there. He should be as director. If he's not, Mr. Kaloji, how would it appear? Was that vote? Was that a vote?
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Kaloji.
Council President, I'm sorry, I got cut out.
Okay, you go.
We're reviewing Mr. Zielinski's status as we speak. I spoke to one of the council people about it today. It's just been one of those couple of week periods, and we just haven't been able to get to everything. So I didn't even notice that this was on the agenda as acting director.
Well, because the Council President, because, I mean, the resolution failed. So he should not even be with the city and doing any work for the city at this juncture.
He's actually the CFO still, ma'am. He is an appointed CFO through 2024. So he may not be director, but he is.
Again, there's some contention about that as well, per statute. The administration, Mr. Kaloji, can you speak on that,
We're in the process of reviewing that, but for the purposes of who is putting these resolutions up, I would assume that Mr. Cruz can basically supersede and, if necessary, amend it to put his name on there as presenting these resolutions. Is that accurate?
Madam President, Adam Cruz, that is correct. If the concern is the signature of Mr. Zielinski on the resolution, you can have a newly signed resolution first thing tomorrow morning. This resolution, if you look at the backup documentation, was actually submitted for this meeting on November, I believe it's November 8th, which is it must have been during the time that Mr. Zielinski was still acting director.
Which is what I know.
So that is the reason why the signature is still on there.
But he's in there as finance director.
Yeah, it could be easily cured by simply removing the name from the resolution. It's not going to change any material information that is actually on the resolution, with the exception of the signature.
Right.
Council President,
we could get that. Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
if he is not the acting director of finance, and that means we don't have an acting director of finance. So who is the interim director of finance?
The administration never named anyone. Am I correct, Mr. Cruz?
Madam President, I can double check with the mayor's office tomorrow. You will have a letter. If that is not the case, you will have a letter tomorrow as well.
Alrighty, for now, just remove his name. It'll make things more legitimate.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thanks.
How'd you like to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, go right ahead, because his name is going to be removed, and she wants this roll call.
That's all I need to know. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-536. This is a resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance to the transitional year 2021 water and sewer appropriations, $590,000. And once again, we can correct this one too, Adam.
Yes, that will not be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Council President, how'd you like to proceed?
And can we roll call this, please, Council President?
Yes, and Mr. Collins, the names on the bottom of the resolution, that has to be better than that because they're not legible.
Yeah, it's actually a scanning issue. My copy is a little bit better, but I'll get them to make sure that they're more visible.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Madam President, and I just want to remind council that the reasons why we do transfers is because at the end of the year, every municipality has the right to do external transfers from department to department in order to meet budgetary shortfalls in some departments. Not necessarily that there was anything wrong. It's just that, some expenditures sometimes don't have the full funding. And so that is why these transfers have to be made. If the transfers are not made, we're putting the city in a standstill with some of the line items and some of the vendors that need to be paid. That is all.
Council President?
I go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
So for 21-536, I agree with the business administrator regarding the statutory definition of appropriations and why they need to be done, and the time frame that they must be done in. But I really question the appropriation to the Department of Water and Sewer. Clearly, I don't know what they're going to use that 190. I can't imagine them having a shortfall in the budget. I believe there's other departments that require that funding. So why would we put it to a department that's relatively self-liquidating? I mean, I shouldn't say relative, is self-liquidating. And based on what we just heard from Mr. O'Brien, they generate significant amount of revenue. So the appropriation should probably go to another department that's more in need of that almost nearly $600,000. I just wanted Deb on Thursday, Mr. Cruz can come back and say, what is it that the Water and Sewer Department needs $500,000 for, $600,000 for?
Madam President, I actually have that answer now, if you would like me to address it. The Thank you. The transfers are coming out of operating expenses from water and operating expenses from sewer, the $590,000, and they are going to Social Security, $400,000, water salaries and wages, $30,000, sewer finance salaries and wages, $10,000, and sewer Social Security, $150,000. So when you add the $400,000, the 30, the 10, and the 150, it adds up to the 590. But the money is, as Councilwoman suggested, it should be coming out of water, and that is correct. That is where the money is coming from. It's coming from one line to water to other lines.
Yeah, but again, all right, so, okay, it's being shifted across, Social Security and, I don't know, pensions and other, I don't understand why we would have shortfalls in those areas anyway, from the water and sewer department. Who is getting an increase in their pension that you gotta, that you gotta, increase it? I'm curious to know.
It has nothing to do.
Do we have that detail? You said salary and wages. Clearly, somebody is getting an increase somewhere in salary and wages, and I want to know who that person is.
Yeah, well, salaries and wages, as you recall, we have already adopted a couple of contracts already with 2281 and 2286, and that would probably be where some of the money will be going towards.
Yeah, I understand that, Mr. Cruz, but I just want to know to whom. That's all. I just want to know who the money's going to. That line item should be a little bit more granular.
I can try to come up with more granular if it's possible, Councilwoman, Madam President, but I don't know that I'll be able to get that information because normally when we pay salaries and wages, we pay it out of one line item for everyone, not just for specific individuals.
Oh no, you should be able. The city should be able to give me the information as to which salaries are short at this juncture, or pensions. So you do the best you can, Mr. Cruz. Get the information. So let's see that on Thursday. Okay?
Yeah, we use one line item to pay
number. In order to come up with that number, you have to know where that shortfall is. In order to, how did you come up with the number of 590,000? Then if you don't know where it is.
We know where it's coming from. It's on the resolution. It says it's going to water, Social Security, water salaries and wages, sewer finance salaries and wages, and sewer Social Security. Those are line items, general line items that we use to pay for salaries, for Social Security, for salaries and wages.
Every entry on the ledger is a line item. So tell me which line item on the ledger that money is being debited to.
I can get you line items.
The controller, since Ron Delisky is the CFO, he should be able to tell us that. Not you, Mr. Cruz.
We can definitely get you.
Get your accountant. Tell us where those line items are going to on the ledger. That's all.
Madam President, we can definitely get line items for these issues. That is not a problem.
Thank you, Mr.
very
Cruz. Good. Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-537, a resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the local finance board requesting approval of bond ordinances for the city under the provisions of the Municipal Qualified Bond Act, NJSA 40-A:3-1 et sec.
Now, this, Mr. Cruz, this was, this should have had information sent to us because this is a repurpose. We spoke to this at the review, didn't we, Mr. Conlon?
Let me just
about this bond being repurposed?
Yes, what is the changing purpose of the bond? Mr. Cruz said the purpose is to reapply money to the water tanks. And you had actually asked, aren't these tanks in the $50 million bond? And Mr. Cruz said he would get clarification.
Well, Mr. O'Brien just let us know that out of the out of the 30 million was the water tanks tonight. So again, what is this for? Mr. O'Brien just told us tonight that out of the 30 million, there was the water tank as a storage taken out of the $30 million.
I am sure that the water director has probably more detailed information than I do, Madam President. If Mark Levenberg is online and you would like to hear from him tonight.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Levenberg.
Yes, Council President. This is a result of the meeting we had, you, myself, Taya from the treatment plant at the Mercerville tank. The money for the $50 million, and this can certainly be verified by Mr. O'Brien, is not eligible for work on the water tanks themselves. So this is going back to the bond from 2010, and this is a modification to that bond. It will not qualify for NJI Bank money, but we can do an independent bond away from the NJI Bank to get that tank finally painted. Because since we met almost a year ago, the tank has certainly not gotten any better. It's due for another inspection, and I don't think the rust on the inside of the tank's gotten any less. But this is a result of the meeting that we had, and this is the way we can get that funded.
Okay, so this is for the actual tank over there on 33.
It would be the ability to use it for the tank, and then the additional work that needs to occur at the central pump station, which is in pretty rough shape, and also needs major modifications due to the new tankage that we hope to get built in the very near future to meet our ACO requirements.
Does it say that in the detail? It doesn't say that.
I believe it says it in item 3A. It's saying it's the authorization to do the work on the tanks as well as central pump station.
Well, Council President. So question, Council President. I'm sorry. Could I ask a question?
Yeah, go right ahead because I still.
So, Mr. Lavenberg. So, again, what you say or what you state that you're going to do, it's not really clear on what you're going to do. Because have you gotten an assessment of what's needed to be, have you gotten an assessment of what needs to be done over there with these tanks in Hamilton?
Yes, I did forward that to the council just about a year ago, the detailed report.
No, I know, but we need it attached to this application. We need to attach to this ordinance, this particular, this resolution. We need it attached here.
Well, there's multiple projects that are on there as well.
Well, we need to attach the supporting documentation on all those projects. You got to have some accountability for each. We can't go back and say, oh, well, for Thursday, just please, supply the council with supplemental detail on each project that you say you're going to use this money for, period. You ain't nothing to say. Are you kidding me? So get us the information and the description, line item detail of the cost proposal and the amount you're going to be using out of this bond to fund those projects. Simple as that. On Thursday, and not at 4:30 neither. Okay, Mr. Lavenberg?
Let me see what I can do at that time frame to get that together.
Well, I assure you, if you don't have it to me, I'm not voting for this. And secondly, I will say that so I will say to you that we have I don't know, we don't have a lot of money left from our ARPA funds because the mayor spent it all. So one of the things that we were able to use it for was infrastructure. But we gave $4 million to fix the pipe over there on Olden Avenue, which I don't believe the work has been commenced yet. So I'm not going to be supporting this, but it would be good for you to give us that detailed information. And think that you could submit something so thick and so thin that we're going to approve it. So I'm not going to support this because you don't provide clear supporting documentation, no transparency of what you're going to be using this money for, and you have a history, a track record of not doing what you say you're going to do, and you have no accountability around it. So I'm not supporting this. But anyway, I would love to see, but please give me the documentation anyway and attach it to the ordinance.
So Mr. Lavingberg, tonight, when Mr. O'Brien was speaking, he spoke to the fact that there were bonds that over 200 and some statements that could not be found. When you bring a resolution to us, repurposing a bond, the attachment, it should be detailed in the attachments exactly what you're going to use that bond money for. You just can't come and tell me in a council meeting. It needs to be in black and white, and it needs to be attached to the resolution. And then during the review, that's when we found out that there was no supplemental debt statement attached to repurpose this. So we're missing the supplemental debt statement, and we're missing the details as to what you want to repurpose this bond for. All of that should be attached to this resolution. And so that's the only way to move forward, is to move forward. Attach the details and attach the debt statement to this resolution before Thursday. That's the proper way of doing business.
Council President? Council President?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
You again alluded to Mr. O'Brien. Where's the black and white, which you just said from Mr. O'Brien? I haven't seen it. He said it. I haven't seen it. Just because Mr. O'Brien says it, where is it?
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
You asked me where it was. I don't have it, but Mr. Bryan assured us that he would get us a copy of the preliminaries that he did in February and the preliminary that he did a couple of months ago. So if you would reach out to Mr. Conlon and ask him to submit those preliminary reports to you, then you would have it in black and white. Okay.
But you just said that you want to see things in black and white, but you just commented on Mr. O'Brien. You don't have it in black and white. Is said one thing and said another thing. But it's okay. I'm used to you doing it. It's okay.
Mr. Harrison, Mr. O'Brien submitted those reports to you too, and you should have it in black and white. This is not news. He submitted it to us back in February. You should have it. It's not news. It's not new. You wanted him to come before you.
Council President, you know what's news? It's news. It's news. It's how you make stuff up all the time. That's news.
No.
You do it all the time. You talk. What's that? Say it again, Council President.
Attack another council member.
Mr. Collin.
Exactly. Because at the end of the day.
Send him a copy of the report if he doesn't have it.
I'll acquire it and send it, ma'am. I should be able to find it in my records.
Thank you.
Like I said, Council President, you didn't have it, so you're making it up again.
You didn't say anything.
I didn't say nothing? Yeah, I did.
It's not valid.
Exactly. What's not valid? Valid is you talked about the radio room again tonight, and you didn't show up for the meeting. That's valid.
I didn't have to show up for the meeting. I consented to it. Don't get me started, Mr.
You can send
Harrison.
it. You didn't go on there to vote.
Don't get me started, and I'm not going to go back and forth.
How are you going to get you
Because
started?
You were one of the ones that wanted the radio room to stay like it was, and you didn't try to do anything.
No, I didn't say that. Sorry, you're wrong. You wanted HHW, which would have cost us $12 million.
Because
again,
you and Councilman Mushal would have allowed the MPS to stay in there forever.
No,
you're
speaking. No, sorry, you're wrong again. You're wrong again.
Talk to me about
you're wrong again.
Room. Yeah, right.
You were on the call.
Collins,
no, you weren't
continue.
again. You ducked. You don't. Let me tell you something. You know what's sad is how
anything.
you make stuff up. You do. You talk about the radio room.
Point of order.
And you're right. It is a point of order because at the end of the day, people are going to realize it. Realize it. You hold Mr. Wilson accountable, but you didn't hold the last director accountable.
To lecture me.
I don't have to lecture you. It's funny. Yeah, you're right.
Mr. Collin,
because you're the one that called the cops on your neighbor. Wasn't me.
Mr. Kaloji, could you explain to our council members what the purpose of point of order is?
Yeah, you're
Mr.
raising
Collin,
a parliamentary point to generate a semblance of order back to the meeting. We remind everyone, we do have ordinances on decorum and following Robert's rules and yielding, et cetera, and everyone already knows that. We just need everybody to take a deep breath and remember it.
Are you sure they know it, Mr. Kaloji? They've been on the council for 3 years. Are you sure they know it?
It's in A316, our rules of procedure.
Yes, Council President, how would you like to proceed with 21-547? I thought Ms. Vaughn said she didn't support it, so can I take that as a roll call request, Ms. Vaughn?
We asked for the additional information to go on to be attached.
Yes, please. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Council President.
Yes, ma'am. Council President, next we have Resolution 21-511. This is a resolution requesting the Planning Board of the City of Trenton to undertake a preliminary investigation to determine whether the proposed Stuyvesant Avenue study area qualifies as an area in need of condemnation redevelopment pursuant to NJSA 4012A et sec.
Roll. No, I think they put the language.
The amendments are in there.
Yes.
Yeah, the language, the amendments for the vacant and abandoned.
Language was changed.
In this one, it is, ma'am.
Okay.
How would you like to proceed?
Yes, it could be a consent agenda.
Any member?
Yes. Council President, I just have a question regarding this study.
Yes. They're right in.
Who's funding this study? I'm just curious. Who's funding it? Can you hear me? Council President, it's a question for you. I don't know, somebody who's funding
that would have to be Mr. Daniels would have to answer that. The Director of Housing.
Mr. Daniels?
Councilwoman Vaughn, this study would be done by the Planning Board if it's and pursuant to their budget.
What do you mean their budget? What kind of budget the Planning Board got? And how much?
Ma'am, I have I have an answer for you on Thursday.
Okay.
Someone's rattling.
So, Council President, can we get that information? Who's funding? Who's commissioning this study? And when do we expect the RFP go out, Mr. Daniels? And based on that, what's the timeline to completion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
And we're still leaving that on consent, ma'am? Subject to the information?
No.
Yes.
Roll call. Roll call.
Thank you.
Roll call, please, Council President.
All righty.
Roll call pending the information from Mr. Daniels regarding funding and time frame.
That's what the clerk said.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Go right ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-512, a resolution requesting the planning board of the city of Trenton to undertake a preliminary investigation to determine whether the proposed transit-oriented development study area qualifies in an area in need of condemnation redevelopment pursuant to NJSA 40:12A et sec.
Council President, I have a note that we have to vote to table that for Mr. Cruz.
Which one?
512.
It was already tabled. Did they change the language in there for you?
No. This is from when we had our docket review.
Well, procedurally,
Yes,
ma'am,
this is,
just the procedural history on these is they were previously tabled. I believe actually they were tabled by you, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson, and the council until such time as language could be inserted regarding the vacant and abandoned properties.
No, that was at the last meeting.
That's correct.
I'm talking about when I'm talking about when we had the meeting with Mr. Cruz on the docket review.
at the docket review, council, on the docket review, council vice chair, we discussed the language wasn't there, and because they were already tabled.
No, I read it and I saw the language was there, but Mr. Cruz, could you respond to me and tell me if I'm wrong? But I have a note here. It says for us to vote to table this for some known reason.
Yeah, Madam Vice President, I don't have those notes with me tonight, so I am not certain that is the case, but I can go back, ask in the office if we have those notes coming from. The only time we would ask for them to be tabled is if that request comes from the department, and so if Mr. Daniels hasn't, yes, so
they were already tabled.
Excuse me. Yeah.
No, I know they were, Kathy, but never mind. Mr. Cruz, could you just check that out for me?
Will do. Thank you.
Mr. Conlon, will you please explain to the council vice chair what occurred? You have your notes.
No, you don't have to explain it to me because I know they were tabled at the last meeting. I know. This is our docket review a couple of days ago.
I understand that.
We went over it, and I had read and found out the amendments were in there, but I still have a note here that I put down.
The amendments weren't in there, Councilwoman. The amendments weren't in there, Councilwoman. The amendments aren't in there.
I don't put a note on there for nothing.
And just for clarification, my notes for docket review.
It's real simple. Just have Mr. Cruz check with Mr. Daniels to make sure that it's okay.
Yes, but I just for the record, the language, the resolutions were tabled specifically to have the amended language included, and they will remain tabled procedurally unless untabled by the member tabling the amendment. The amendment specifically required the insertion of the vacant property language on resolutions 512 and 513. Because and that docket review, what actually was said was the mechanism to untable them had not been satisfied because these two resolutions were not amended to include that language. And accordingly, they would remain tabled until such time as they were to be amended, and that's what actually they were going to get back to us on. So they don't need to be retabled. They remain tabled until the procedural impediment for tabling is satisfied or until you actually make a motion to remove the tabling on it yourself. And that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So, Council President, I have not received any updated resolutions. They were properly tabled by the council specifically with that condition precedent that they would be tabled to include the vacant and abandoned property language. It is not there, so... I thought
Mr. Daniels was going to get that to us. That's what Mr. Cruz had stated to us that day, that Mr. Daniels was walking past his office and he would have that discussion with him so that they could put the language in there before today.
That is my comments. Thank you.
Council President, if I might.
Yes, go right ahead.
This resolution is requesting, and while I understand, we changed the language in 21-511 specifically because there were many concerns in reference to, obviously, as a residential community. Council President, this area that we're looking to study, we're just looking to bring into conformity this area that is already in redevelopment. The reason why we're looking to do this is, quite frankly, pursuant to our master plan, there are some deficiencies in the earlier redevelopment study plan that was put forth. So, this is just due diligence work, ma'am.
Once again, ma'am, the procedural impediment does remain, and unless it's either untabled by Ms. Colwell-Wilson or the condition precedent, which would be to amend it, is met, it remains tabled and would have to be undone by the council in the same way, or by a vote of 5-2, I believe, could also. But that one I'll leave to Mr. Kaloji. But once again, there was a condition precedent set for the tabling, which is to include the amended language, and as they were not amended accordingly, this council did vote in majority to table these until such time as that language was added. Thank you.
All right, you may continue, Mr. Conlon, because 512 and 513.
Yes, ma'am. Just to read 21-513 into the record. This is 21-513, a resolution requesting the planning board of the city of Trenton to undertake a preliminary investigation to perform due diligence on existing redevelopment area plans within the proposed downtown development study area and determine if any adjustments to existing boundaries to include any areas within the study area that may qualify as an area in need of condemnation redevelopment pursuant to NJSA 40:12 Cap A et spec. Once again, there's condition precedent to the table set by Ms. Colwell-Wilson. That was to include language with regard to vacant and abandoned properties. The tabling condition has not yet for this resolution either. I will proceed down the docket. Next, we have Resolution 21-538.
Mr. Conlon, Madam President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead,
Mr.
Council.
Conlon, if I tabled these, aren't I the one that's supposed to vote to take them off table?
Well, you
before
can
they go back on the docket?
Yeah, you can specifically motion to remove the tabling. That would actually, I believe, be subject to the vote of council because your initial motion was to amend them and to table until such time as they were amended specifically for the language for vacant.
But we have two that don't have the amendment. Why are they on the docket?
Because they were purported to have been amended. It was pointed out at docket review that the amendment was not there, and we were giving them an opportunity to get the amended language in before such time, so they would not have to wait to the next meeting. Unfortunately, prior to this meeting, the amendment arrived. So at that point in time, and the council president was correct when Mr. Cruz was in his office, Mr. Daniels was passing. I believe Mr. Bridges was there as well, and that when that conversation occurred. But once again, there is a condition precedent. Now, the other reason why they're on the docket is because should during the meeting you wish to untable these, it makes it a little procedurally easier for them to already be listed on the docket, but they're carried forward basically. So yes, they are tabled, but the condition precedent was supposed to be met, and then in the event that you wish to untable for whatever reason, ask for a vote for that, that would also, procedurally be down. But once again, we're reading on the amendment now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I cannot give the administration the benefit of the doubt here. They have done so many things outrageous. We're under investigation left and right for procurement practices. We don't follow protocol, laws, regulations, procedures. We circumvent the fair and open process all the time. So I can't believe that the administration, after we had such a lot of debate about these resolutions and getting the appropriate language in there, and then they come up again and it hasn't been corrected, and then they want to leave it on a docket. You know, it's in writing. This has been memorialized. We present this to the public. We're deliberating on it. This meeting is a serious meeting. It's the city's business. And they're willy-nilly about it. Oh, we didn't make the change. Oh, continue to proceed. We're going to make it. But where's that in writing, Mr. Collins? We can't give the administration a pass like that. They need to come correct. They need to do the right thing. They need to make the updates as we requested. They had no intention of changing that area. So I'm with Vice President Caldwell Wilson. They need to fix this. Council President, they need to fix it. We can't proceed. We asked them. We followed the protocol. We reviewed it. We deliberated on it. We asked them to please change it, and they come up here again with no changes. And then
they
we're
are
supposed
tabled.
to. Okay.
They are.
All right. Very good.
They are tabled. They are tabled.
Thank you.
Council President.
Go right ahead,
Council
Councilman
President.
Harrison. Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was just heard that we're under investigation. Is there any information on that? Do we have any documentation about that? Or is that just another thing that, what's that?
You have subpoenas. That's an investigation. You have subpoenas that has been served to the city. That's an investigation, Councilman. Do you not understand that?
Oh, so now you're talking down to me. I like that. I like that about you, Council President. But see, you want to attack people, and then when somebody says something to you, yeah, you are. You're trying to talk down to me. I didn't ask you, did I? I didn't ask you. I didn't say Council President.
If we could stop.
I did not ask.
Please.
Look, Council President. Like I said, at the end of the day, you're going to do like you always do. You're gonna attack people. You're gonna make stuff up. You've been doing it since you got on the council. So just go ahead. Just continue going. People see right through it. But just continue. You continue going. You keep bringing up Mr. O'Brien. But at the end of the day, you're gonna keep doing what you do. Thank you.
Council President, may I speak? Can I just say thing?
Please don't feed into that, please.
No, I am not. I want the resolutions corrected, and you instructed that they have been tabled, which I missed. But, you know, I did make the statement about the investigation. And if Mr. West Bridges can send those documentation, the 3 subpoenas that were issued to the city, to all the council again, those investigations have not been closed down. So no one has come back and said that there was nothing to, that there were no findings. So we're still open. We're still being investigated. So, Mr. Bridges, can you confirm otherwise? Have those subpoenas been closed out, Mr. Bridges?
I don't really know what you mean by closed out. We provided the information. I don't know if those subpoenas are in connection with an investigation or what it is, but we've supplied the documents that they were asking for. The term of art that you're using, closed out, I don't know if we can anticipate getting a letter saying that we're no longer interested in the documents we pursued. So I can't speak on that either way.
Well, those subpoenas, it's come from the New Jersey State Department of Investigation. So I don't understand when you say you're not clear whether a subpoena is an investigation. So, Mr. Kaloji, can you describe what those letters from the New Jersey State Department of Investigation, what they are and what a subpoena is?
Well, it's a document issued by an entity that has the authority to issue subpoena documents to compel the production of certain materials, paperwork, etc. In this case, they served it on the city, and the city complied, giving them the paperwork. These things don't necessarily get dealt with in a course of weeks or months. Sometimes these things go on for years. And sometimes the initial submission gets...
What's the purpose or intent of a subpoena?
To compel the production of documentation to be reviewed. They obviously have an interest
For what purpose, sir?
about Trenton. I'm
For
sorry,
what
Miss?
purpose? For what purpose?
Well, the State Commission of Investigation has certain statutory authority to review matters and make criminal referrals or come out with their own report. They've got a broad range of options.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kaloji. So,
Thank you.
so Mr. Bridges, can you send those documents to the council and so people can read them again and make their own inference?
Didn't I already sent them?
Well, some people don't believe that they exist, and they said that they need to be in writing.
Can we move
Council
on?
President, I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Conlon.
Now let's
Yes, ma'am. Okay, this is,
Be in the consent agenda.
yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-539, resolution rejecting bids for demolition of various structures under the CDBG program for the Department of Housing and Economic Development through bid 2021-70.
It was rejected, so it could go into consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-540. This is a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton Department of Housing and Economic Development to accept and apply for grant funds from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Neighborhood Preservation Program, MPP, in the amount of $125,000.
That's a grant. It could go into a consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-541, a resolution authorizing change order 5 to the contract with Levy Construction Company for bid 2020-49, renovation of the Reading Senior Recreation Center, 15 Ringgold Street, Trenton, New Jersey.
I think this is a resolution that now is reaching. I think this is over the threshold of the 20%. I believe. I'm not sure. I just know that levy is just added again.
Can we roll call this, Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, they're at or about, they're not quite over 20%. They're not over 20%. They're close to it. You know, they're pushing it. I have the bid, if you want to see that.
Does this make them the highest bidder?
I'll tell you in 1 second, ma'am. I have information here. Just bear with me. So these are the bids for levy. The original bid was $651,000. They're at, I believe, hold on 1 second. This will bring it up to 72,000 in
724.
Yes,
So they're almost now they're the highest bidder. You see how they underbid it to get it at 651, and the highest bid was 724, and now they're at 724. This is outrageous. Okay, thank you.
So are we going to roll call this, Council
Yes.
President?
Yes, roll call. Yes.
Yeah, it actually, it puts them right in the range of the second highest bidder, ma'am, when you add 72,000. But I'll note that for the record. And we can move on. This is Resolution 21-542. This is a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Trenton Mobility Opportunity and Vehicular Equity System MOVES project.
And that could be a consent agenda. It's an application for.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-543, resolution authorizing a change order number 1 to the contract with the Anuzi Group, LLC, to conduct additional demolition to 100 Hart Avenue.
Oh, can we roll call that, Council President?
$259,000 for, I need to understand that.
Additional bids.
Pardon me? Wait a minute.
So the extra amount puts them at, let's see, 259. They're still one of the lower bids, I believe, with the 259. It still makes them the lowest bid. for the first change order by about 15,000.
Okay, it's not over the 21. All righty. That's a roll call.
It's about 10%.
Council President, may I speak?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, so Hart Avenue. This is not in my ward, but it is in the redevelopment zone. And this is across the street from the African American Cemetery that one of our highly civically engaged residents is working on projects with. The cemetery across from, right on Hart Avenue there. So there were 3 properties, Mr. Daniels. Hopefully you're listening. They were 74 Hart Avenue, 76 Hart Avenue, 82 Hart Avenue. That we approved grant monies to a organization, I believe was New Jersey Community Capital, some nonprofit organization up in New Brunswick, that was supposed to renovate that street, invoking economic development. So we all know that economic development is some transformation process that's supposed to transform that street and block, but we haven't seen any transformative impact of that neighborhood. $800,000, I don't know, we got to go back and add it up, but I know we're approaching $1 million over there, and now they're talking about demoing the address 100. I think 74, 76, and 82 is on that side of the street. Well, there aren't any houses on the opposite side because that's a cemetery. So, so what is going to be done? How much is this going to cost? And I mean, I don't know if you traveled down to Hart Avenue, sir, but I haven't seen any plans from anybody regarding that street, any economic outcomes of the investment that we made over there on Hart Avenue. I believe quite personally that Hart Avenue is just a conduit to get grant money, and the houses there that street will not be revitalized and will not have any economic impact to the city of Trenton. So, I want to know, Mr. Daniels, what's going on Hart Avenue, and what property, what are they demoing, and what are they going to replace it with?
Man, what?
Hart Avenue, one on Hart, it's just a row house. So they're going to tear down that row house, an attached row house. And what are they going to replace it with, sir? In line with the other 3 properties that they were supposed to be renovating.
Ma'am, I Council President, may I have permission to speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Daniels.
Councilwoman Vaughn, at this particular time, I mean, like any of the demolitions that we're doing across the city, the hope is that some developer will come forward and quite frankly, be willing to take up the challenge to develop in those areas that will become lots. What I can say, ma'am, is at the time that we initially sought to demolish 102 and 104 Hart Avenue, 100 Hart Avenue was not owned by the city at that particular time. Subsequent to foreclosure proceedings and then the city acquiring it, what we have determined that it would be in the city's best interest with minimal cost to go ahead on and demolish that property as well. This way we wouldn't have to worry about any sidewall concerns or any additional costs that would, quite frankly, to save 100 Hart Street, since we're demolishing 102 and 104, would cost. We save money by simply having contractors. The contractor already on site, men, material, machines are already there. When we looked at this, it just made good sense, good fiscal sense and responsibility to not leave that. The bones on that structure, quite frankly, are not consistent with property that we would look to want to rehab.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that you for Thursday. Can you please attach the plan for that block, Hart Avenue? What's the redevelopment plan? What are the rendition. So you have a plan for Hart Avenue? And you know, what it looks like today and what it's going to look like after the investment that we made over there for redevelopment? Because the reason why I asked is because the mayor has put a plan to do Stuyvesant Avenue, to demo certain properties on Stuyvesant Avenue. And I see the buildings that you're going to demo, but I don't see any plan in every case, even on Hart Avenue and even Stuyvesant Avenue. In every case, you don't present a plan to show what is going to be, what's post the demolition. What are you going to develop there? What plan do you have? You can't go around the city and just knocking down stuff without a plan and just leaving vacant lots. So what is the plan, Mr. Daniels? Sit down with the mayor. Okay, you just can't come with a plan to demo, knock down stuff all over the place of the city, making the city look like Baltimore, and then don't have any plans to build up that block. Because I'm 3 years into Hart Avenue, and nothing transformational, no redevelopment has happened over there. They came over there and said they replaced some windows. So I want to see your plan of the aftermath of the reinvestment and what the benefits were and how that community has been impacted and changed as a result of the investment the city made over there. And I want to see what the proposed outcomes for Stuyvesant Avenue will be post to demolition. So you have those plans, Mr. Daniels?
Ma'am, if I could just speak to Stuyvesant Avenue real quickly.
No. We're talking about Hart Avenue. Do you have the plans for Hart Avenue?
I will secure them and have them ready for you before Thursday. I'm sorry.
That's what I have to say, Mr. Council President. Thank you.
Council President, how would you like me to proceed? Would you like me to proceed down the docket?
Yes,
did
please.
you roll call that one, Mr.
I
Collins?
say contingent upon the information that is applied by Thursday.
Okay, somebody did actually request to be roll called, so is it still contingent? Okay. Flat out roll call.
Okay. Just roll call it, but we still need the information attached. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-544. Resolution authorizing the application and acceptance of a transitional year 2022 and fiscal year 2022 homicide task force agreement provided by the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office of the City of Trenton, New Jersey Police Department.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
This is a grant to reimburse the city for overtime expended for our participation in the homicide task force.
That could be consented, Mr. Collins.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I have a serious question about this, and I asked our predecessor, his predecessor, the same thing. Okay, about this Mercer County task force. So the homicide task force. That's in the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office. That's headed up by Mr. Wilson. Who heads up the homicide task force?
So, there's some background noise. Can you ask me again?
I said, who heads up the homicide task force at the county?
It's the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office.
No, who heads it up?
That would be Angela Onifrey.
No, it's not Angela Onifrey. Who heads up the homicide task force, sir?
Angela Onifrey is the head.
No, he does not. No, he does not. The detectives of the homicide task force does not. I mean, a relevant question. Who heads up the? Well, can somebody answer that question for me? Who heads up the homicide task force? The detectives that work in that division. They don't report to Angela Onifrey.
The detectives report to Jessica Plummeray.
Yes. Okay. Very good. That's what I wanted to. That's the answer. So.
Who works for Angela Onifrey?
Well, again.
Go ahead.
Jessica is the chief of detectives. Angela Honorfree is the prosecutor. Two different roles. So the homicide task force, how much do we pay them? How many police officers in the Trenton Police Department? Can you just get that information for me on Thursday? How is the homicide task force resourced, and what portion how much is that amount that was appropriated that's being credited back to us?
That's 75,000.
75,000, and that's overtime.
Yes.
So my question is, again, overtime, where are these officers? Where are they in the street? Because we don't see them. Where are they stationed?
They work.
What are the results of what are the outcomes are we getting? Are they just billing overtime? I mean, are they putting the time into the city of Trenton, or are they all over the county?
It's Mercer County.
Can he answer?
So I asked them to send me the report of the resources that are assigned from the Trenton Police Department, Homicide Task Force, and how many of the employees that sit in the Homicide Task Force are assigned to the city of Trenton. That's all I want. If that report exists, can you get that to us on Thursday?
Yes.
Continue, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Sewer, Mark Lavender, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-545, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Keep It Clean Janitorial Services and Supply Company for cleaning service at Trenton Waterworks Distribution Complex, Mulberry and Cortlandt Street, for a period of 1 year from date of award in an amount not to exceed $36,557.20 through bid 2021-63. How'd you like to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, if no one have any questions, this could be a consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-546. Resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Foley Incorporated for natural gas engine maintenance contract services for a period of 1 year from date of award in an amount not to exceed $136,696 through bid 2021-59B.
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. That is actually it for the resolution call. We have 3 ordinances. I'll just read them into the record if any council members need any further information as I read them off. That is at your discretion, ma'am. First, we have reading. This will be first reading and introduction. I will actually let you know the public hearing date. I have to look at the calendar, but I'll let you know the public hearing date at the reading and introduction. This is first ordinance 021-29. Put that up on the screen. This is bond ordinance amending bond ordinance number 10-34, finally adopted by the City Council of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey on June 17, 2010 to amend sections 3A and 4 therein. That will have to be roll called. Any questions from the council other than a lot of those questions were already asked with regard to the local finance board application? I don't know if there's any additional questions.
No, this is the one that we need the debt statement and the actual details of the repurposing.
Right, the details of the repurposing, correct. Next, we have ordinance 21-30, an ordinance vacating public rights of a portion of Lombard Alley.
Council President?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I have a question as well. What does this mean? Can West Economic Development, Mr. Daniels? So who are we selling this property to? And what portion of the alley and how much of the alley are we selling and how much, for how much?
This comes under Public Works, Councilwoman.
Yeah, that's Wally, Mr. Onatiri.
Okay, so we're vacating the public rights of a portion of Lombard Alley. So vacating, all right, so what does vacating mean? Is that we're selling it off? Like, what are we doing?
You're leaving it. But what you wanted to know what
Public,
portion.
right? So that means that right now it's a public alleyway. So they're saying a portion of the alleyway will no longer be public. So I need understanding of who is taking ownership of those rights. Is it a company? Is it a residential owner? Like, who's taking ownership of those rights to the alley, or what portion of that alley? That alley runs from it's in the South Ward, I believe. It runs parallel to Adeline Street and Broad Street, I believe. So it's quite long. The alley is quite long. So I need more information on this. And where's Mr. Onetary? Is he on the line? Is Mr. Onetary available?
Yes. He didn't answer.
Okay. Here he is. So, Mr.
Hello?
Onetary, can you give us, hello, we can hear you. Can you give us an overview of your ordinance that you're presenting, vacating public rights of a portion of Lombard Alley?
Yeah, the Lombard, yes, ma'am. Good evening, Council President, Council. This alley we're talking about is just a very small portion of the alley. The alley is a dead end, and we have a lot of problems there, crimes taking place there, prostitution in this alleyway. And we have a church, a big church there, St. Mary's Church, that have a parking lot right by the alleyway. The alleyway does not go to the back of the houses back there. It's just like a dead end of the alley. And this came through the planning board. Hello?
Oh, it's through the planning board.
No.
I guess I just Googled it. Can you give us the specification of the alley, like how long it is? Because I'm looking
the
at
alley
it now.
in question. The alley in question is just like 5 feet long to the one that was given, not the whole alleyway, because like I said, the alleyway that we're giving to the church is nothing but like a 5 feet long of the alleyway.
Yes. So, because the alleyway goes from Elm Street to Harding Street based on Google Maps. And it's between Adeline and Grant Street. And it runs, so from Elm Street to Harding Street, that's a pretty long alley. So which portion, so we're only giving 7 feet away to whom? To the church?
To the church, the parking lot they have there, they're just trying to extend that parking lot to that portion of the alleyway.
Oh, okay. And so are we charging them for that?
No, not to mind. We're not charging them for that.
We're not charging them? Council, can the business administrator get on the line, please? Is he still?
I am on.
Thank you, Mr. Onetary. So, so we're giving up the rights to a public throughway, I guess, a throughway, an alley, and we're going to allow an entity to extend a parking lot, and we're not charging them for that space, for that land. We're just giving it away.
Yeah, so Councilwoman, there was a map that was attached to the ordinance which better shows what the actual width of the alley compared to the properties that are surrounding it. And when you are entering the alleyway, it's actually 5 feet wide. So there is no real access for vehicular access into the alley. And then as you continue further along the alleyway, then it opens up to 10 feet. And this is why it is plagued with prostitution activity in there, because there really is no way of to do patrolling in the area. And there has been complaints from the neighbors, and the church will take over the maintenance of it, and will include it as part of their parking lot, but it really brings no value. If we're going to say that we're going to use it for construction or anything like that, I mean, there's nothing there. There's no value to the city.
Yeah. Well, I disagree with you about no value to the city. So the church is going to take control over it. But does that mean they're going to put security there as well? Or the Trenton Police Department still going to be responsible to secure it and provide security around it?
No, the church will then take on the property, and I would assume they will make it part of their parking area, and that is how it would be controlled by the church.
Right, but still, I mean, that's still not going to affect the fact that the behavior will still be there and the activity will still be there. I guess this is a gift to the church. So, but can you attach to the ordinance, the specifications of the size of that lot?
It actually is on the ordinance. If you go through it, it actually begins on the first page, and it goes on into the second page. It gives you the coordinates of the property, and so it says south 55 degrees, 0 minutes, 0 seconds east along the northerly line of former lumber alley, 5 feet wide, a distance of 150 feet to a point on the former division line of Lot 1 and Lot 18, Block 17,702. And then he goes on to say north 35 degrees, 0 minutes, 0 seconds east along the said former division line, a distance of 5 feet to a point dense. So it goes on to explain it's actually 150 feet. It's a 5 foot wide, 150 feet long, and then there is a 5 foot wide point. And that's where it ends. And then there is a section that begins on the 10 foot wide, and it then also stretches for 125 feet.
Okay, but I must say, thank you, Mr. Cruz. I understand what you're saying here. And I must say, in the city, we all live in a city. And because we live in a city, we all pretty much live on lots, right? Nobody has really significant acres here in the city of Trenton. So, and what comes with that is most of the times we share an alley or a driveway with our neighbors. I mean, and I'm one of them. So a portion of that driveway of my next door neighbor at 1114 Stuyvesant Avenue, he parks in that. They park in that driveway. I don't park in that driveway, but a piece of that the driveway, I own about a foot or so. So I can't put a fence up there, or I don't say, oh, you can't park. I mean, if I take that space away and put a fence, then they can't fit a car in the driveway. But if my neighbor, if I wanted to be, but at some juncture, if they wanted to, if we got, if at some juncture that alleyway becomes a problem, a menace, to us and to me, then I would put a fence that extends that foot. And then they won't be able to park. And then if they wanted to buy it from me, I'm not going to give them to it for free. No way. No way. So I don't understand. We can charge something. I wouldn't. I mean, and I know that's the issue with a lot of properties here in the city of Trenton, that some of our homes are in driveways, extend or shared by our next door neighbor, and a portion belongs to one house and a portion belongs to the other, but no one owns enough of it to you know, one of us is going to have to give and just say, you can use it. But at some juncture, if it came to a point where it has to be, you know, owned by one party in full, then that party has to pay something for it. No one's going to say, I'll give you my foot for free. I don't know why we do that in the city of Trenton, but, you know, I get it. And that's all. I just wanted to go on the record that we're giving up property all day long in the city for nothing. And I don't care. The church should be paying something. We should not be giving it something for free. Thank you. Yep.
Mr. Collins, you may continue.
Yes, next, we actually had a late change to this today that we received. It's actually up on the screen now. This is ordinance 21-31, ordinance amending the City of Trenton's Code 13, Section 259, Establishment Fire Director, Section 2.60, Authority of Fire Director, Section 2.61, Responsibilities of Deputy Chief. The change actually is here to C, which was changed to read adopt and promulgate operational policies and operational standard operating procedures for the efficient operation of the department. This is Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson and Mr. Harrison, both proposed this.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, has the changes been made that you submitted? Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I got that from Mr. Conlon today. It's the one he has up on the screen, and I'm satisfied with the changes.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I read this ordinance, and I have some serious issues with it. This whole ordinance will turn this city back. Turn the clock back on affirmative action and civil rights movement, the Civil Rights Act, to ensure that people of protected classes, this is why civil service exists, a large reason why civil service exists, is to allow people who are of race to assure that the fire department, police department, even corrections, that there are minority populations that are underrepresented get an opportunity to be a deputy chief or to be a chief director. To give the power to a deputy chief that pretty much compromises or undercuts the ability for the fire director to govern promotions and etc. as per the regulations of civil service, and turn it into from a merit-based process to an appointed-based process. So what it's saying is that the deputy fire director can now appoint people and circumvent the ranking of the civil service list. So if you have officers who ranked 1, 2, and 3 on the civil service list, now this ordinance proposes to give the deputy fire director appointment capabilities to appoint. I don't agree with it. And the only individual in the municipality that should have appointment capabilities is the mayor or the fire director, as it notes in the current code that they're attempting to override or circumvent. The fire director can appoint at the discretion, at the approval of the mayor. And now you're going to have deputy fire chiefs that can appoint and potentially circumvent the civil service list? Oh no, that turns back the clock on civil service. It turns back the clock on civil rights, affirmative action. And I don't know who wrote this ordinance, but they are racist as hell. And I will not even think about giving a deputy fire chief appointment capabilities that belong and that was meant for the mayor and his fire director. And I don't know if the fire director is on here, but he needs to come, and Mr. Douglas, to speak to this ordinance and tell us what the impact will be if deputy chief can have the duties that's outlined in this ordinance. The deputy chief should not have those that authority of appointment and circumvent the civil service list. The civil service list exists because it's on merit, not by an appointment from any type of officer. It's on merit based on who scores the highest. Period. He doesn't get to go appoint. And this is what it's proposing. Who put this ordinance up in a city of color like Trenton when we already are working hard to diversify the fire service and diversify the police department? And here we are want to turn the clock back and try to get and keep the privilege and the roles that they are in today, to give them appointment capability and circumvent the civil service list. Well, I won't be supporting this. It's unlawful, and we all should be ashamed that this is even on the docket.
Where does it say
The law department needs to review it to make sure it's in compliance with civil service. Thank you, Council President. That's all I have to say about this, and I will continue to fight and speak against this type of nonsense. Anybody who votes for this need to be ashamed. And you bunch of racists,
Yes.
that's what you are. Goodbye. Thank you, Council President. I have nothing to say. I'm insulted that this was even put in front of this council.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson, go ahead.
Yeah, this has been discussed with the fire director, and in the majority of towns, this is what they have, because you have a fire director that's not civil service, is appointed, could be gone in 2 or 3 years, and you have career firemen who understand the operations, and your fire director understands that. I don't believe this gives them the deputy fire director the ability to hire and fire. They have to follow civil service directions. We went through this with the administration, with the legal department, and with the fire unions. So I don't know where you're coming up with all this crap.
When you say appointment, you're giving them appointment authority. What do you think appointment means? Take that out of there. Take that language out of there. They don't
read it properly.
They don't get to appoint.
Mr. Cruz, where's Mr. Cruz at?
I'm here.
Mr. Cruz, you seen the ordinance. You read the ordinance. Were you a part of crafting it?
It was actually, the crafting was actually done by Councilwoman Wilson and Mr. Harrison. And we went through
and
the
unions and our law department.
Yeah.
Can you put that ordinance up on the screen, Mr. Collins?
Which ordinance?
Yeah, it's on the screen, Councilwoman.
Thank you. And just read, go down to where it says Deputy Fire Director. And read where it says the appointment language. Under the supervision of the fire director and pursuant to the policies established by the fire director, a sworn, permanently appointed civil service deputy chief shall be directly responsible for the following. It just should say a sworn, permanently civil service.
There's more than one deputy chief. So
No. I understand that. I know. Right now we have 2. So I had the conversations with fire chiefs as well, Council Vice President. So, and civil service folks, not just in the fire service, but the police department as well. So, why is the word appointed? All I'm saying is we should amend it to take appointed out. You don't need appointed. If he passed the test, and he should not have the functions, if you go up to the duties of the fire director, go up to the duties of the fire director. Up one page, Mr. Collins. The fire director duties. It says, subject to the supervision of the mayor, the fire director shall be the head of the fire department and the appointing authority. That is correct. Then we go down and pretty much override and gives the deputy chiefs.
And he will appoint, promote, discipline, and removal of personnel, not the deputy chief.
But appoint means what, Ms. Caldwell-Wilson? Could Mr. Kaloji please define the word appoint and what that means?
I think you're really overreacting to this ordinance. I was involved in looking at it after it was approved. Under Trenton's form of government, the directors of every department are the ones that appoint the employees of every department. In this particular matter, the director is the appointing authority, which means that when there's a civil service test, he has to act in conformity with civil service regulations and make an appropriate appointment. So I'm not sure I understand what the
no, it says under the supervision of the mayor. I'm fine with that, Mr. Kaloji. What I'm not fine with is what the deputy directors or the deputy chief. If you go down further, go back down to the deputy.
2-61.
Yeah, Mr. Collins, can you go back down? It says now, under the supervision of the fire director and pursuant to the policies established by the fire director, a sworn permanently appointed civil service deputy chief shall be directly responsible for the efficient routine of day-to-day operations of the fire department. Then it goes, so what are the day-to-day operations of the fire department? Right now, we don't even have a deputy chief defined in our city code. So,
well, this actually follows the format that police departments are obligated to use. If you have a police director, the police director basically is the appointing authority, and he establishes policy, and the chief is responsible for the day-to-day operations and things like that. This format follows largely the way police departments have to operate. The chief does day-to-day operations, the director does policy, appointments, etc.
Okay, but look at A, okay? So A, I spoke to 2 fire chiefs, and they said, A, have exclusive jurisdiction over the control, fighting, and extinguishing of any conflagration what occurs within the city limits. Those fire chiefs told me that should be the fire director, period. If they're having a fire, a conflagration, my understanding is a serious fire in the city of Trenton, or in your city. And the fire director is the only one who should have purview over that. So now it says here, should have exclusive jurisdiction over the fire director? Oh, no. And it says over the, and jurisdiction over the control, fighting and extinguishing of any conflagration which occurs within the city limits. So what is the fire director doing? If you gave exclusive jurisdiction to the deputy chief.
The fire director is an administrator.
Again, well, I have some serious concerns about this. And my understanding about civil service appointed capabilities, appointed has no, the act of appointing has no role in civil service. No role. That's why we have civil service. That's why it was created. to make it a
This doesn't
merit-based
circumvent
system.
civil service, this one. The
Pardon me?
director has to act the director would have to act in accordance with civil service regulations, the same way if the appointment were vested in the deputy chief to make appointments.
I know, but I understand that, Mr. Kaloji. If the fire director should act the way it is now. I'm very comfortable with the way it is now.
Okay.
That
it's
I believe that I think that it's responsibility of the deputy chief. Should not have the appointment capability as the fire. If the fire chief has, why do you need the deputies to have it? Why would the deputy need to appoint anybody? To me, and then they give them extended powers by saying they have exclusive jurisdiction over a major conflagration in the city. Right now, that's the fire director's job. So when you give now you're taking
that doesn't say that the deputy chief is appointing them.
No,
you're reading it the way you want to.
No, it does, Vice President Carver Wilson. It does. You don't need the word appointed there. You don't need it. If you're using civil service, it's not an appointment-based system. It's a merit-based. You got to test to become a fire chief. So whoever gets, let me just explain it to you this way. The way I'm reading this is that if you have people test civil service, now the fire deputy has the power to appoint off that list. But he doesn't.
I don't see that in here, Ms. Vaughn.
Well, why you have appointed there? Why do you put that there, Mr. Pelosi?
The appointed refers to the deputy chief, not to anybody else. A sworn, permanently appointed civil service deputy chief.
Exactly.
He is the one who's permanently appointed.
Okay, but even if the fire chief, that's new language up there. If you look at the city code now, the fire director, the code doesn't read, go up to the fire director. Please, very quickly, Mr. Collins. Go up
because
to the
it's 1218.
No, go up to the fire director. It's very important. I'm sorry, Council President. But see the language up there? It says the fire director, but they added, Council President, to the fire director. If you go compare it to what's in the city code today, what they changed here is now they want to get the fire director, make him the appointing authority. So he's going to appoint now the deputy chief. The deputy chief under the civil service system today does not require to be appointed because
Council President, let's just roll call it. It's late. Let's just roll call it. It's late.
He would be required to be appointed, Ms. Vaughn.
No. Look at the fire director now. It's not there right now, Mr. Kaloji. It hasn't been
I'm
there.
talking about the deputy chief. He would have to be appointed. He took the test as a lieutenant, and then when they made him...
No. He doesn't have to be appointed. He just has to test and be high on number 1, number 2, number 3. The civil
Right, but
service,
appointment just means you're picking the one of those number 1, 2, and 3.
It can be interpreted that way. So we got to
You're
be
giving
careful.
them the job. That's all it means.
No. Right now, you have deputy chiefs in the fire department. They test for those jobs, Mr. Kaloji. Why would you want the fire director to appoint?
Because that's how they get to be deputy chiefs. They're presumably a captain or whatever the next lowest rank
Call
is.
a question. Let's move on.
No. Right now, on the city code, Mr. Collins is showing it. Right now, we have deputy chiefs at the fire department right now. They weren't appointed. They tested into that job, Mr. Kaloji, on merit.
We're saying the same thing. Appointment is just the word that means.
Okay.
They take a test and then they get appointed to the position.
If it's the same thing,
let Mr. Kaloji speak.
Well, if it's the same thing, point it out. Appointing authority. Take it out. Why did you need it then, if it's the same thing?
Now, are you talking about, as to the deputy chief, the word permanently appointed?
Yes.
No. I'm talking about the fire director. Why all of a sudden, in the city code today, we're not changing the structure of the fire department. We have deputy. So what I'm saying is, why make the fire director, whoever it may be, the appointing authority?
Every director in the city is the appointing authority for their department.
Not by statute.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
I
ma'am?
put it in the fire director's ordinance. It's not there now, Mr. Kaloji. If it's there, then
Oh,
why? No.
Under the
Okay.
Faulkner Act, every director of a department is the one who appoints the people in his department.
That's not true.
So I
They
don't know how
hired
it was handled
they
before.
hire the people in their department. Just like it says right here, it says promotion,
Why are we
discipline.
playing with semantics? Why is there
No,
a
but
difference
why
between
are you
appointment
playing
and
with
hire?
semantics?
It's the same thing.
So I'm playing with semantics, but you guys go and make an ordinance to give unprecedented powers to the fire director to appoint.
We
Where
amended
right
the
now,
original ordinance.
nobody in the city has the ability to appoint right now, before this ordinance gets passed, except for the mayor. So why are you giving that ability to a fire director?
Every
And in the
department
Faulkner Act,
has the
Mr.
ability
Kaloji,
to appoint.
we just showed you the city code, and it's not in there, Mr. Kaloji, the fire director. Derek Sawyer didn't have the ability to appoint.
All
So
I
why
can
are we
tell you is
changing
under the
it now?
Faulkner Act, every director has the
I'm
authority
asking
to
Mr.
appoint.
Kaloji, why are we changing
Point
it
of,
now?
point of order.
I didn't come up with the ordinance, Ms. Vaughn. I don't know. They wanted to change.
Yeah,
I
I
just
know
looked at it. I
know why.
had
I
no
know why
legal
they
issues
want
with
to
it.
change, to give the fire director appointing authority. It's just what I said. So he can appoint who he wants to be the deputy chief. Right now, Derek Sawyer didn't have that capability. Kareem Boucher didn't have that capability. City of Trenton, pay attention. All of a sudden, they want to give the fire director the appointing ability so they can appoint who they want to the deputy chief's job.
You need somebody with experience to run operations.
No. Then test. Get that job by merit, not
This is
by
about
appointment.
people's lives.
Get it by merit, Caldwell Wilson. Just like Derek Sawyer got it by merit. Just like Kenneth Douglas got it by merit.
Then take it to civil service and complain.
So why you want to give the advantage to who you want to give it to? Who do you think you're kidding? You better get off this phone telling me that you're going to have a fire chief to appoint now who he wants to be deputies. And no, it's unprecedented. Derek Sawyer didn't have that capability. Boucher didn't have it. Kenneth
Oh,
Douglas.
I guess you've had a lot of conversations with the director, huh?
Well, I can have, well, so did you. You went behind closed doors and crafted some racist ordinance. We know where this is going.
There's nothing racist about that ordinance.
A white male gets that job and he gets appoint white deputies. Who do you think you're kidding? Y'all can take that ordinance and Mr. Kaloji, shame on you. That language is not in there. Directors don't have appointing capability. We know where this is going. I got my glasses on tonight. I see all yous. You need to take that appointment. I will challenge that ordinance. You hear me? As a racist, unlawful ordinance, giving a turning back civil rights, turning back affirmative action, circumventing civil rights. Civil service.
Oh, stop.
Oh no, you stop. Oh no, you're not smarter than me, Caldwell Wilson. You don't come with your bull with me, sitting there writing some ordinance, talking about you met with the union. Yeah, you met with those white fire directors. That's who you met with.
Okay, point of order, and I want the law department to step up. I am tired of Miss Vaughn pulling this racist card. I'm tired of it.
Oh no, you pulled it and you put it in writing this time. I will take this ordinance to civil service. I will take it to the federal government. I will challenge it, and you will lose.
President, can we move on?
Yes, Mr. Conlon. We may continue. Councilwoman Vaughn wanted the appointment taken out. I don't believe.
No, I don't agree.
Okay.
No, I don't agree with you.
Well, why are you changing it? Why are you changing it? It's not in the code now.
So we're going to move on.
So, Council President, that is actually the end of the docket. We are up to public comment on docket item.
Mr. Conlon, before we go, I need to give these people, Mr. Conlon, I need to give them 3 minutes tonight. It's 12:26. I have to be on my feet by 5:30. This is going way
That is prerogative, and that is in line with what I learned at NJLM. So, ladies and gentlemen, the council president has set a 3-minute rule for public comment tonight. Ms. Chowdhury, you'd be first on the list. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Ms. Chowdhury. My address is 946 Greenwood Avenue. In the interest of full disclosure, I do not reside there. It is a rental. There were a lot of comments that were made tonight and a lot of issues that were brought up tonight. Unfortunately, we definitely don't have time with the 3-minute limit, even with 10 minutes. But I particularly wanted to address the housing issue and the policing issues because and the blight issues, because these are all interrelated. I think the reality is
you have to address the docket items only tonight.
Okay, I think in the appointment, I suppose it would fall under the appointment of the police chief or the police director. I would just hope that there would be a change in the approach of policing. We've already seen the same policing happen again and again. What really underlies the crime is not criminal sentiment. It's not the presence of guns. That's confusing motive with means, and it's an oversimplification. I can put a pen in the hands of my students. It doesn't make them right. So I think there's a much more complicated and nuanced relationship between crime and policing and the presence of, the increased crime that's happening right now. I think that, I guess I would ask the police director and policing in general in Trenton to consider the roots of crime. And underneath this all is really drug policies. I listened to discussion from the police director about increasing the number of policemen on the street, the police officers on the streets, and increasing the efforts, the anti-drug efforts. And the reality is that the war on drugs was really a war on African Americans and hippies, although that's kind of a simplification. It was a Nixon-era legislation that was placed into law. It has caused places like urban areas to turn into basically battlegrounds, which is embedded in the language of a war on drugs. You cannot fix policing and crime in Trenton without understanding the flawed policies, deeply flawed policies that underlie policing. We don't need more police. We don't even need to take the guns off the streets. Illegal guns, of course, but places like Texas have a lot of guns, and it has not increased crime. There's much more complicated and subtle aspects that go into crime, and one of them is the drug trade. And if you don't face the problems of the drug trade and look squarely at the fact that it does stiff trade, it is designed and executed to hurt certain people. And if policing in Trenton doesn't start rethinking that, this is going to be the same movie. It's just the faces are going to change, but people are going to get arrested for the same things with the same motivations. Just something to consider. I don't have time to get into all the details of it, but let's not make the next year the same as every last year has been. You must change the ethos and the goal of policing. You have to change the policies that underlie this policing. It'll never change. It'll be the same thing every single year if you do not change the entire approach to policing and start protecting people instead of criminalizing them. Thank you.
Thank you.
President, we have Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Yes, Mr. Garrett.
It's not Mr. Caldwell Wilson. How would you call it? Like me, call you Mr.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett. Ms.
Yes. A few things. The 21, 533 and 534, you put the person's name, but you didn't put in here what the person is suing for. This is a lot of money. And again, the same issue that came up from the auditor for the forensic audit, not enough detail in these bills. It's like, come on now, you're going to expose the person's name, but you're not telling us why they're suing us. Come on, that means you're not trying to correct the problem. Okay. In regards to the transfer of funds, for one thing, it's not the salaries, Mr. Cruz. That's the employer's portion that you match, because the portions, the taxes and what comes out of FICA that comes out of the salary payroll comes out of their gross wages. So we're talking about what you're matching, and that's really high. Department of Housing and Economic Development. I wanted to comment on the police director, but I just want to say this. There was 2 incidents that was brought to my attention, and that is the police department, the police officers who are responding to issues in Trenton are telling the person that the parties who called the cops on them. And what the person who gave the tip, what they said, that's inappropriate. So you're creating issues, you're creating violence in the city. So I thought that was supposed to be private, as well as I did send an email to the city council, as well as Steve Wilson, but Steve Wilson's got kicked back. If he can contact Paula Bethea, the principal at Joyce Kilmer, because there's an issue, not just at Joyce Kilmer, but there's issues with all the schools within Trenton where it's a bottleneck of traffic. People are just out of control, and somebody's going to get hurt. I'm telling you, and it's going to be bad. In regards to Mr. Collin, I don't think any one of the council folks, especially is beyond reproach. Okay, I don't even see how any of the council members can even evaluate this man, because the behavior on the Robert's Rules of Order, just real quick, because oh shucks, I can't even freaking find it. But one of them is you got to stay within the motion or whatever it is, the topic. You guys are deviating. And then the criticism. It's just the bickering. And then after you bicker and you start criticizing, pointing the finger, then you try to act like you're the moral compass of everybody. Like you got everyone's best interest. You waste that time. It's 12:37 in the morning. And this is went on, and this is not fair. You're not the only one on this call. We're interested people in resident Trenton, and we here at 12:37. Most of this meeting was bickering. I mean, cut the crap.
Miss Garrett, you have to stick to the docket. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, that's part of the docket, okay? Because it's our time too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Garrett.
Council President, next we have Ms. Mary Horn.
Go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Yes, real quick, 21-511 about residency. Mr. Daniels, you've been approved to be Housing and Economic Director, but I would like to say there are lots of citizens here that have been turned away when they try to acquire property. Why? I don't know why. The question is out there, and they'd like to have a way to come and sit with someone, or you give them some direction of who they can talk to in reference to acquiring property. Now, there's a lot of residents in the city that would like to acquire property, but they just haven't been given a chance to. And you'll never know the city until you live in the city. You have to be here to see what goings on there are. And as far as tearing down houses, it may be some houses can't be rehabbed, but when you do tear them down, they may be next to a homeowner or whatever have you, but that really doesn't deter crime. I mean, they can stand on asphalt, dirt, and have crime there. We have to really look into that issue. And if you don't have a plan to put something there, we're just looking at the same problem all over and over again. So I'd like you to, consider that. 21-544 for the police director. The previous police director, it was her initiative for the real-time crime center. That was her initiative. I know that for sure. I've been on council and listened to council. I've been just about to every one, virtually and in person. And then again, as far as the CARES program, I'm a peer recovery specialist. I'd like to know how many peer recovery specialists you have in Trenton working in the hospitals or in facilities if the police are reaching out to them. I like to know who they are and where they work at. You know, and in order to have said that, and one more thing, lastly, to say to that is that we need to know where the source is and what type of drug we're dealing with. And I know I can say it right offhand. And that is the drug that's being made cheaper for these people. Everybody's fighting for it because there's not enough money to go around. We need to invest in that. And plus the fact that it was a previous director's idea to, she acquired a grant from the prosecutor's office to put people who were addicts and went to jail post coming out to put them in a rehabilitation center. So all those were good things for her, and all those were her initiatives. And I hate to sit here and listen to that someone say, "Oh, well, I spearheaded." No, it was Sheila Coley that spearheaded all these things. And I thank you for listening to me tonight. And just let's make it right. You can't get it right until you get with the people. You say you come around. We need presence wherever, not just one area, east, south, or north, west. You know, we need equal policing in all the communities with what we have. And like the young lady said, you know, more police doesn't make it safer. You know, you have to police the communities, get with the community. I really don't see a lot. And there's issues all over the place. So we really have to get that right. And let's be truthful about all these things. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be heard tonight before the Trenton City Council? Do I have a motion to close public portion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Caldwell.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 It sounded like 4 to me. Any opposed? Go by unanimous consent. Seeing none opposed, the public portion is closed. Council President, next would be the council.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I'm not going to take any time, but I will tell you this. That firefighter ordinance, I will take it to every agency. I will take it to the U.S. Department of Civil Rights. I will take it to the Black Firefighters Union. I will engage every single champion, civil rights, discrimination, and we're going to call that for what it is. And I will take it to DCA, and I'm going to share it with the Department of Civil Service. All the fight in the legislation, Mr. Kaloji, all the legislation that this state and this country across this nation have put forward to ensure the fire service and underrepresented groups are not discriminated against. You guys in Trenton want to turn that clock back. I am beyond incensed and insulted as an African American and a woman that whoever even sat at the table to devise something of this nature, and then going to say, oh, well, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean appointment doesn't mean appointment. Anybody knows what appointment means. And we all know why civil service exists. Why affirmative action exists in the fire service. Because of people like the person who put up that ordinance. It's because people like that exist. Who would never, without civil service, without policies like affirmative action, would never give Derek Sawyer a chance in hell. And now you want to give that same person the authority to deny people that, like Derek Sawyer, opportunity to be a director of the police department, of the fire department. And they're going to tell me that I'm semantics, tomato. But you took weeks or days, meetings upon meetings, to come up with an ordinance to point to put appointment authority in there. And then when I challenged it, you're going to tell me, oh, Robin, you know, this is what they tell minorities all the time. Oh, that doesn't mean that. When we know what discrimination looked like, we know what racism looked like. We live it every day of our lives when we come out of our house. And now I sit on a council of a city that's majority Black and brown people and other minorities and unprotected and protected classes that civil service protects and give us an opportunity to compete on merit. And you take that system and turn it on its face. The merit-based system. You get to be fire chief and deputy chief by taking a test on a meritocracy. You don't get to have some fire director, no matter what color he is, what race he is, to appoint. I don't need you to appoint me. I don't need you to appoint me. What I need you to do is look at the list and see that I've made the mark. And all you have to do is hire me based on how I ranked on the civil service test. So now you're going to add another layer, and you're going to give some white male, because that's what you're doing, the ability to appoint. You didn't put the ordinance up for Derek Sawyer. You didn't put the ordinance up for Kareem Bashir and Marge Caldwell Wilson. She was on the council in 2010 to 2014. She was on the council from 2014 to 2018. And now she puts up the ordinance? Yeah, because we know what's in plan here. You didn't want Mr. Kenneth Douglas. You got rid of Derek Sawyer. You didn't want Kenneth Douglas. And you're over there undermining him too. And you put up this ordinance in anticipation of his removal. Don't play with me. See, when you poke a bear, this bear pokes back. And that ordinance will be taken to the governor's office. It's going to be taken to civil service. It's going to be taken to DCA. It's going to take it to every Black organization I know who fought for the fire service to be diversified and to fight for civil service to be applied and to ensure that no one at those levels, at a fire chief level, have appointed abilities to choose who they want and circumvent civil service. Civil service is not an appointment-based system. It's merit-based. And if he wants to hire a deputy chief, and the deputy chief wants to hire, then they have to go to the civil service list and hire them, not appoint. And I do know that civil service does give them flexibility. I forget what it's called, but I'm going to just say some two-man deep type thing, that they don't have to take the first and the second highest scorer. They can go to 3 and 4 if they want. But even then, they got to have a damn good rationale to do that. So don't play with me about civil service. My father spent 40 years in the Department of Corrections trying to diversify getting correction officers. I have friends who spent years in the state police and tried to get promoted up the ranks there. Not by appointment, by testing and qualifying, merit-based system through civil service. So that Trenton Fire Department, those white men over there, nothing but racist. And they showed their hand by putting forth this ordinance, but they put it wrong. They put it up to the wrong council person. They put it up to the wrong Trentonian, because that ordinance will not live to see the day. So go ahead and pass it, only to get it overturned and be deemed unlawful and be embarrassed. Should be ashamed of yourselves. And anybody who participated at that table and put those appointments in there should be ashamed. Don't worry, I'm not going to, you can go ahead and vote on it. In the meantime, first thing tomorrow morning, I'm getting my correspondence out. I'm sending that racist ordinance to every agency that I already stated. I can't even get past to talk about anything else tonight because that was the ultimate. The city of Trenton don't stand for discrimination and racism. We're a merit-based. We're open for business. We're competitive. We're looking for the best and the brightest based on merit, not some ordinance that somebody devised to keep giving jobs to white men. And Marge Caldwell Wilson, you should be ashamed of yourself. You're a white woman. You know the struggle of people who are unrepresented in those roles, and you help participate. Get your name off that ordinance. And Council President, I'm done.
Councilman Rodriguez,
No comments.
Councilman Michelle.
No comment. No comment.
Councilman, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Harrison.
Well, first of all, I'd like to go on record in saying the ordinance is not racist. At the end of the day, we all sat down and I don't know where this is coming from, but again, it's the same thing. But I have to say, Council President, I know tonight you attacked Mr. Michelle, which I thought was wrong. Mr. Michelle's gotten lights fixed on your street. He has had trees trimmed on your street. Didn't think that was fair. I mean, you might not agree with me, but you shouldn't have attacked him. I don't know how that goes there. But at the end of the day, I said this ordinance, there's nothing racist about this ordinance. It goes through civil service. Mr. Pelosi tried to explain it. Councilwoman Caldwell, Council Vice Chair tried to explain it too. There's nothing racist about this ordinance. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
No comment.
Councilman Blakely. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long evening. I thank you all for coming. Your opinion matters. We'll see you again on Thursday, and hopefully Thursday we'll be able to move through the docket with just a vote if all the information is forwarded to the body. Thanks again, and have a blessed evening, and safe travels home, Mr. Conlon. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
By Ms. Caldwell Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Harrison. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing unanimous consent, we are adjourned at 12:48 p.m. a.m. Sorry. Everybody get home safe. If you're not already home, have a good night. See you on Thursday.